This one. You gotta go get this for feedback on that. So it begins, guys. Awesome. Going pretty good. How old are you? How old am I? 22. Why did you repeat the question, Chili? That's 21. One year over the work. Coasting. Just click on employment. How long have you been doing? 1 year. 1 year later. How long do you know? 3 times a night. That's why I saw him. I like it in LA. Wow. Nice weather. Then you watch that? No. I know I do. Solitude. Is that right? I didn't know what mass to have that at. Side. Thanksgiving dinner. Every day. Yeah. It's like Steve transition to step one. He's almost super cool. Should we tell us yourself when you're not doing stand-up? What are like some hobbies? I do like sketches and YouTube shit. Hey man, you're funny. I can tell like you're a little uncomfortable. You know? You see people say that. I'm not gonna say much more. You feel like you have like no. More comfortable. Your shoulders relaxed. Yeah. This is how you gotta get the whole time. You're funny. Go back to it's like this stuff. It's weird if you talk to people, you're staring at you. How do you use the weirdness of it? Then you go this fucking behind. Yeah. You know what I've been doing for this years old. She's 15 and she just won't tell you. So you would buy it. And then the phone lines went up. And the bitch went to high school with her. She's like, she 30 for 15, so it's fucking crazy. And that's where he's foolish. She's not an act. It was like right at that moment where the internet kind of came in. So when people couldn't just bullshit anymore. It was a very interesting revelation. He looks like what little JJ would grow up to be. What he usually do is own it, though. If he doesn't, he made it like that. Tell me, bitch. Right. Never let it go. He must just keep this deal with the law. You'll make up the one later. Word. Awesome. All right. Nice to meet you. Everybody should be Isn't that just talking about that backstage? Like, there's people where you can say, like, oh, he's got a sport, there's somewhere she's got a sport, there's just something there. Oh, yeah. You know, it's just like how much time you put into it, how much you're going to get better at it, how much you're going to listen to your stuff and try to fix the problems. It's interesting to see. It's a funny guy, just keep picking it up. Yeah. And we probably would have been going with you or win the stage too. I don't think so, man. Go find this deal there. Instagram. Shit. Out there. Cool. About me. Just got back from New York City recently. You ever go to New York? Cool. All right. I had never been. This is my first time going, and I was like walking by somewhere, and like jaywalking and like flipping on cars and stuff. And like, like a local, felt like I belong. But then I realized that no one from New York ever goes to Times Square. And I did something else that no one from New York ever does. And that's make eye contact with a homeless person. And it was terrifying. I was like, hey, my man. Because I'm sure you can tell by looking at him, I'm a really strong fighter. More likely to be seen in a sweater than in a fight. Nobody's ever said it was like, hey, let's fuck this guy up. Quick, somebody go get Tommy. It's just, we're going to fuck this guy up. Which is our states. 2 years, I got promoted to yellow belt. All right. I did like a tournament. Yeah, yellow belt. Yeah, was it a yellow belt tournament? It was a weight range tournament. It was we won in like weight range. About 2 years. No, I'm actually from Los Angeles, born and raised, but I was living up in Northern California for the past like 5 years. Yeah, I just moved back down. It's like you're in a seminary. The seminary is where you stand up. Yeah, that's my day job. No. I'm in sales just for medical equipment service. So like MRIs and CT scanners. So yeah, service and everything. But digital service with machine stuff. So we still don't see the machine. It's like getting this shit checked out. She was let's see what happens when we try to throw metal. So then we go towards the magnet. You know what's not right? Yeah. Like a bullet. So he died because they left the fire extinguisher in the room and it pulled out like a wall. No. I'll do that. But I always tell people. For a second used MRI machine. Installed. You have to sell it, not every your pitch. How would you sell it? Legally, about MRI. So we can get you one from 10 years ago. This first great quality equipment. Sitting corpses. No, but that's fine. We can get from China for $3,000. So a brand new one. Yeah, but it's a newer model to the country. So it's just I like the US. You come with them. I got a $300,000 and they're like, well, that's you set this price. The 5 went down to 3 yeah. That's a lot of money. It's kind of hurt right now. And he's 10 years old. What the fuck? $500,000 is so shit. Years old, right? He says, I'm trying to get 300 jobs. You right in the big short. Is there a name for it to the MRI machines? Yeah. Right? Like if there's a Toshiba and then there's fucking Dave's House of Emma. Hitashi's like the top one. Is that true? Yeah. He's a killer. Killing even everything. You know, all this stuff and they fix it. You know, like when they did the automobile piece of shit, the Japanese were kind of like, like, fuck, we can do that too? I remember this curtain rope all the time. 99.99% of the country. Japanese. He carved for the 60s, right? So Tommy, you're basically going to the doctor's office. The doctor's office trying to sell out a machine. Yeah. What do you ever walk in on anything crazy on the job, or is it pretty much as boring as it sounds? Like, accidentally walk into anything crazy, anything along with the doctor. You can see it. No, it was. What do you get? Like a sex thing? Like I said, Russell watches it more on this phone. You get like a nurse thing, like a nurse and a doctor that's way. You get out of the closet. The doctor's office all the time, probably being somewhere else. Like how the guy doing so yeah. So example. So if you got to get some of them, just do more and like see it most at the same time. Oh man. It's always fun, then you get beat up to they like drugs because they know they work. Yeah. Somebody has to try them and they can get them. If we were doctors, still really find people from professors. I read whatever you want, whatever they need. All the time with doctors. And I'm diagnosed you. Just be friends with them. Write whatever you want. Whatever. You go. Yeah, not heavy duty, just regular. Oh, yeah. For his reflex. Cool. All that would be acid. This is doesn't just make you focus. It also makes you have like your ribs and shit. Trying to do it while going on stage. Also, so don't believe that. Seems like it's super popular right now. think that's the nurse take is pretty better. What's the nurse? Taking all the time. Taking it 5 times in the last 2 months. Yeah, prescription. Drive somewhere. It doesn't mean it's not sweet. When you're in a race, you keep tired. It's very interesting. They give it to fighter pilots. They give it to people with enhancing drug. You can't sell anything as a performance enhancing drug. So you have some sort of disease that's treated. So they said, narcolepsy. I know it. You don't fall asleep as well. I know the stories of a couple people that started taking that. I don't want to do all the time. Just yeah. Do which focus. It's conventional. But I also feel like the side effects stuff. There's no side effects really. So I do something. They give me something. That's pretty fun. And then it's supposed to make you focus. Make your brain work really well. And by that, you put the trust take that large. Like I said, it was a big no, it didn't. I had to listen. But he actually decided not to play the 4-hour body because he was but negative side effects, it's cycle. Almost irresponsible. People just start taking it crazy. Yeah. It's really like all the tech guys, like so called influencers, all the time. Tell us something else. If you feel like it's interesting about you, like a master skydiver or something like that. Try to make it interesting. You can't trash can. I think something is the cheap more. I must say this is more dairy food. Yeah. I think it's clutch. I like how you did that. Tommy, it's nice to meet you. We're going to go Tommy and everybody. Tommy and I go for this time on the show. Joey Cripps. Wow. guys. I am not allowed to bring the felons in the room tonight. Raise your hands at the front, please. I'm just filling out tourist papers to go to Australia. It turns out if you have a felony, they don't just let you walk into Australia. Fucking hypocrites. These classes are pretty good. Optometrist says that I don't hear seeing, which means I trouble seeing things. Like everyone does. But assholes that can look infinite innocence. Like having the beard glasses before I had these, I could look like you would think. You know what I mean? Not a guy who's eating a trash can. In a trash can. Just a couple hours. Ronnie did. Good job. What's your felony for? They stole a bunch of money from somebody I didn't know. They left the car open, window down, locked everything. I've gotten a lot. It was slightly. So, money. We didn't know until the police arrived. He waited around. They were waiting for us. We've been doing this for 4 hours that night. Just waiting for cars that were here. Lock all your cars. Lock all your cars. I was 19. You can tell. I'm 33 now. You're right about Jesus. That's right. I made it. He was also stealing money in the cars. I was giving it to people more or less. How long did you away for? I played in jail. I wanted some. Wow. Things like that, it makes all the other taunts about white privilege feel. It's totally true. If I did not look like this, I would still be in jail. Where was this at? Fairfax, Virginia, the second richest county in the country. The car that you went to was a snake, and they got you. We decided that sometimes there was not enough cars, and we would go to a townhouse neighbor and together. Yeah, I mean, we got a power call. The police got a bunch of power calls. Anyway, so this guy had seen us, and I said, sometime they really had seen us, and we got to waiting for it. We got back in the car, we got back, and we just taken from the car. We didn't know who was in it. We thought it was a laptop. The police opened it up. It was separate baggies full of different amounts of cash. Nobody believes that money was legitimate, but it was not my money. Really, quarters from neighbor years. Yeah. 1965. I left Virginia in 2006. What do you do more than that? I researched who's allowed to incur property. I felt really stupid. I liked to get into jail, but it wasn't like I didn't feel satisfied. I felt so I decided I joined the military because I felt so bad. It's like I know I still really. Yeah, I mean it was just back in zero, and then after the military, I was like, what's the most important indoor air conditioning job that I can do? It's title insurance. You trying to punish yourself? Not anymore. Like, I'm even now. Did you take the job so you can punish yourself, or you want that job? The title of the job? That's okay. I discovered comedy after the military to get the GI Bill. I discovered comedy while I was doing the GI Bill. It's GI Joe's brother. Correct. That's a fucking good. done this show a couple times. Proud about it. So, patriotic, yes or no? If you go to a restaurant, I'm not saying which kind, Vietnamese, Latino, etc., and you know for a fact that they are not illegal immigrants, but U.S. American citizens, pay tax dollars for them not being this country. So, if you live once a week, have lunch there, cash it out the back door, is that not calling it even? Is that not patriotic? Are you not taking? No? I think different. Oh, I have to think for my friends, but it's ever been 60%. What is it? What's that a joke about? Oh, Jesus, Tony. What are you saying? Andrew, how's it going, man? Good. How many? You done stand-up comedy before? A lot. Really? Oh, good. Yeah. I've done this stage quite a few. Making room, ha. I've done Louisiana, so I've done a couple spots over there. I've been in Louisiana for 5 years. I thought it was like an exorcist. Made your voice redundant. But do you sound like the industry? It is a little bit. It is a little bit slow. Are you always this slow? You doing okay? Just making sure we get the right you here. Yeah, this is big. You used to take on this many angles at the same time. Like I said, like 35 seconds ago, we've done this stage before. Yeah, but he means well. In fact, I'm not ready to go with this 2 minutes behind me. All right. I'm just some people here. It's very, it's totally unnatural. For a country, especially this one, it's just, it's like, you guys are taking it. I'm inside of it? Really? No, obviously, it's kind of setup. It's a setup. I want to meet you. I want to know more about you because I have no fucking idea what you were talking about. I never got any clear idea of what you were saying, but it seemed to me that you were being heckled. I stopped you wondering. It's a controversial subject, for sure. Let's figure out who you are in today's segment. Who are you? Here we go. Andrew. You're from Louisiana. What do you do for work? Jack of all trades, master of none. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm an Uber driver. Oh, you see that? Uber drivers? Shit, there's too much noise going on here. I disclose you. Jesus Christ. Depends on the passenger.
8 years?
You have like a crazy super white family with a farm and all that. Like, is it not a picture of a little barn on the hill with the extra sheds and shit?
Lots of What part of Louisiana are you from? Baton Rouge. Like, I've been in with the black community lately.
They do.
I don't know how to fucking house. New York.
Andrew, what were you trying to say in your 60 seconds? You go to a restaurant, there's some people working in the back or something. What were you saying? What's the gist of it?
I got the came from when I was in college. I went to the University of Mississippi.
And that's why we have our racist referee. Haters.
I'm concerned under Michigan's Mississippi. Very true. Functioning there. It's hard to get into the center of America. It's like, let's think of suspicious. I didn't pay him.
Suspicious. Did you eat the food?
Yes, I different utility station and not pay either because they look like me, so I'm a bitch. Talk about it because I did feel bad about it. I was like, I mean, hey, check, I wanted to do it. You don't like what? Oh my God, you're right. Tony is one of Tony Robbins. So, you know, Tony, deal on it. In the family. Alex, no control. I just like the Southern girls to like leave them. It's just not going to keep the outside. Before he comes, you know. Taxi Driver 2. Taxi Driver. What's your favorite type of people to pick up in your Uber? What's your least favorite type of customer in your Uber? What kind of car do you have first of all before you answer that? What kind of car are you driving in the Uber? Mercedes. Yeah, I know why. Which one's the shit's on? So,
So you're not correct. You're like Uber request.
I feel like they get the Travis. You seem like you've been so pointed. You know that you like smooth or something like that, but it's really like you're like I'm like part of your swag.
It's like a television mechanic.
Yeah.
That's right.
War correspondent.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's just say I try to use it to my with the lady. Oh, Rogan with the that last tea party. What happened? There had to be some good thoughts or something. It was a big car collector. I just wanted You don't remember you don't remember when you fell and hit your head that day?
What I also
Let's one more like fun fact or something interesting about you think makes you interesting. This one yesterday. I don't want to. This one time I went to a restaurant.
was one time I was missing.
Does it have a movie on Netflix called Cohen, the Zombie Star? I'm Netflix has got one star. I'm very proud of it.
Ratings, that's not correct at all. That's
What's your first star? What's your ratings? I remember Hustler rating.
You and I.
4.7. Where do you think you went? If there's one thing in your that you might think you're a little bit weird about, like you would go your own direction or something like that.
use Waze when you're driving.
Gas. You walk away from a collision or Uber.
Oh, you son of a bitch. That was
airbags, you know, football helmets, all shit.
Wait, it's all the things you've been knocked out. You should find the last one was a yellow belt.
Have you been to see a neurologist?
Don't go.
Well,
No, MRI machine.
yeah.
They keep on keeping on. Don't even look at it. Just keep walking.
Andrew, anything else? And then next most interesting thing about you? Any answer there? Everybody there?
Sir, excellent.
Great. question. Next most interesting thing about him.
He's got awareness, right? It's almost like he knows he's got water in his ears. Something's off.
Jigs.
He knows. He knows. It's like he's tricked. Stroke. Dude, anatomic speed. They look at you like, motherfucker, I'm right here. Don't think about it.
I mean, everything about him said that his brain was slightly detached step. And then brain hurt. He's the only guy in the room that could hole in a milkshake drinking contest. How does that make you feel? I don't like this. I don't like winning every little contest that I take part in. What does that mean?
It's fun party for him getting a suit. Bursting his head. His belly rise. Down the south, they don't shit for straight people. He's a grown-up seeker. It's the world.com. Really gets for talking about these weed.
Another name out of the bucket, so he gets 60 seconds. Bradless velocity.
Sleeping has never been cool. Except for right now, because don't pass lately. You can be uncomfortable to this issue. Like, slavery movies are just becoming just as good as Holocaust movies. I'm sick of seeing like a sad story. I don't want to see music in slavery movies. I want to see like slave rom-com. Can you imagine a trailer for a slave rom-com? Like, have you ever felt at the wrong time? Story. Slave rom-com. Like Mississippi. San Francisco, Cotton. When Harriet met Tubman out. Know what you're
Bradless velocity. Is that how you say your name?
Bradless.
Philoctetes. Gotcha.
Yeah. How are we doing? Joke, right, man. When you set it up, the way you mentioned, you have a 60 seconds for that. It's so true. It is almost dying in the beginning. Yeah. It is funny. So Miami. Almost here. But he did the work. We got what's up. What's up? Costum work.
So we can kind of tell us it's shitty. I didn't realize something. I can pretty much offend you anything. What's the room number and the same combination to the hotel?
It's about to be jobless.
Get to see anybody cool over there?
Well, not somebody cool, but the other day I saw Tupac's brother. One Pac. Motherfucker. I kept him calling him. He was like, he took me his real name, but I just kept on calling him Tupac's brother. Like, Tupac's brother. I just would.
To his face? Wow.
I should be fired for that. But you quit. Fuck it. If you care about your job, you fucked up. So I have a disposable job. Otherwise, you don't want to you know.
What does Tupac's brother do?
I think it's just Tupac's brother.
How'd you work?
Okay, but it's Tupac's brother. Fuck, I don't know how much. He still makes less than the whole. Oh,
What else do you remember? I know Tupac's brother.
like things from the 90s and shit. Like that's money. These are leftover. Brothers have changed out of respect.
What shift do you work on?
Two chains, Tupac's brothers. Yeah, Tupac.
What do you work at?
Start driving people around. That's I think we know what kind of people he doesn't like. Man in LA. Professional media. I think the audience probably brings yeah, just do it for sure. Your spot is a hard spot. You got talent. You have to do the job. It's a hard spot. Nobody wants to cast and take a chance. So you gotta like some disposable job. You know, like a lot of people really should shoes, don't sold fucking socks, door to door, whatever. But you I know. I delivered. Why are you scared tonight?
part of it. That I didn't see coming was even the homeless guy was hot for a second. Like, right?
Well, like he's confident, like.
Yeah, that takes super confidence to go from corner to like what I got to do. That's so funny. Where would you think you would have wanted to go? Where would you think you would have wanted to go?
I was
It's going to be crazy. People what's going to happen to me. It's sort of an interesting thing that we've never really heard about that often. It's interesting confidence is difficult. Slightly. Because it's confidence, which is nice. We do prefer to talk to you like you talk to me. We're not being aggressive towards me. Confidence makes me want to do it. That's interesting. Like, guys ever seen a girl like that? She was up there. I use that in a long term, which is really smart, she's really confident. But you wouldn't just go with the confident thing right away. Like, confident? Fuck yeah. You know when you're flipping over there, you're early. Wondering. Whatever. I'm done. That's a very funny one. I want to do this again.
It's interesting too about women wanting to fix men.
Oh yeah.
Competing.
It's not a big part of that.
It's very weird.
That's super fixer.
But super.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
You wouldn't start eating beef fixed up if you already had that much confidence.
Confident. Like trust you better, you're better, and maybe you to just stop that.
Just be a mother.
Whoa.
Pat Reagan.
Somebody super weird.
Some voices is it's not what it is. Whatever.
I want to see Pat looking for a mother figure and a whore.
That's true. That's what relationships settle on that. So it's true. Totally. We got you. Live feed right now.
You can't just let that go. There's something.
I think it's true. Other issues. Like what? Girls want to take care of me and do stuff, not just like freak. So
That's a big challenge. Girls want to take care of
girls that I hang out, girls that I spin,
girls.
Like take
care of you.
yeah, everything.
Common pattern. Yeah. Was your mother a whore?
No. Picture having sex.
Okay. I say, what? Mom's gonna chip you dead.
What's the most irritating thing you've had a girl that you've been hooking up with really wet? First thing that pops in your head. Just make me food and give it to me in bed. What do you think you did? Pat Reagan.
And when you say food, like what kind of food? Like a cereal?
Like camp boys. Joey, you want to get something super cool? We have a regular, and District 21. A year or two or whenever ago, people wondered last weekend she turned 21 again. You met every week.
Hi, thank you. I just got fired from my job. I worked at a movie theater, which I got fired. My manager had called me up to the office and like, hey, Molly, we're going to have to let you go. You're unprofessional. And I said, no, this was a profession. You guys have ears. You can hear that I have like a very monotone voice. It's just hearing my talk. I'm having sex hard. The guy wants to hear me be like, oh yeah, sweet, well, sure, chill. Just so I could sound alive. So I'm having sex with a guy and I'm just like,
I feel like I saw her.
Stand up.
Professional. I was on my phone all the time, and I didn't really care about the job.
Funny. So that means you are professional. Tell her where it is. Nice. It's really around.
Like so often, and it's like $20, and he would masturbate in the theater. And I just let him go because I wanted to take a break.
Like, he's only paying $25 to go find a PlayStation. It's very I used to work at a few movie theaters. We had underneath us already. The newspaper next to us, we kick them out of different theaters. That's what right guy. What was that? Let's try it again. All right. How about just have a few things I'd like to say. Recycling is arrogant.
I think that apology has legs. That's good. That was good.
What is he? Maybe we have to do something where
We don't find it. You're the one to get on stage with just.
I actually kids diagnosed autism for like 7 years. I used to drink a lot of water to get to hold my food. So when I get up, the kids are naked, they can cry, they can scream. Like, the worst would be down, I'd zip it up, walk by, and they'd be like, yeah, no, and like, book a kid. On the camera, so like, there was no blood in my dick. There you go. This is a guy definitely fucks nuts. I mean, let's face it. That it's even on their mind. You sort of remind me of like a weirder
Or like come back and look for it. He's still kids.
Right. Chris, what do you do for? I Uber. Everybody is turning into an Uber robot.
I never used to I only use Lyft now, for the stuff that is common. So Lyft drivers. What's
Hey, buddy, actually, it's actually my buddy's one of my neighbors. And he had a Lyft mustache in his car, and I stole it.
I think somebody I actually had my car before they really did.
Out on the road. It's like, I get my car. I'm like, oh, dude, sorry, to get that one. Mustache. I started it's fun. You should get your shit together. Chris, you're just straight up Uber the Uber X. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
The fucking freeze.
What did you do before Uber? Like you did store Barnes and Noble. Someone like
Less.
something with books.
I feel like you were born in the wrong decade. Documentary.
You can even go farther back. You're almost like Jim Franklin. Man.
Like early 70s. Tough, he's crisp and clever.
So tell us more about you. You look sort of like you look like you could both read and play like that's the one guy trying to take a job on Mexican.
I'm Mexican.
Whoa!
Mexican drama. Mexican drama.
have fun segments. It's spontaneous on the show. Show we went for the first ever Kill Tony. First, just take over, do something crazy. What do you want to do? 1, 2, 3, 4.
South. See now?
No.
There you go. You get those suck. Suck it. Stick. Suck it. Stick. Suck it. Stick. Well, listen, man. You know, it's all about the learning experience. Sure, don't waste the jobs. If I had to choose, you're crazy. Shut the drugs. Look at the drugs. That's why you sleep.
Anything else that you can tell us good after just media.
So, directly, like, projecting it towards you.
When he first came out, he was actually holding it on while it was being touched for a while, which leads me to believe that he got an interaction with
But you're on stage and you beat the drums. It's all about you. While you're doing a squat and showing up now, look behind you. He doesn't take his eyes off you like a fucking jack. He's just mountain lion looking at your house out through the window. Speaking of look at him. He has to stop staring at you. Sizing you up. This is dark.
You might not know, Joe Jimenez is actually a superhero who gets pedophiles off the streets. Jump battles. Alright, so there he goes. First time on the show. A lot of people tonight, a lot of new shows. This McCoy is a redneck. We're doing a promising millions. I'm kind of really excited about that.
And we'll be
Russell Peters, anything coming up on anything crazy? destroying the two points, doing it for this show. Has the four of us on it. This just got wrecked. So go make some friends. You can play the official Kill Tony poster, which is on the ground, live on the stage. That's it. We get it. Thank you so much, audience. Guys, awesome. Awesome crowd. Thank you. Good night. Good night. Thank you.
Here. No one really knows that this is the Mazor with animal. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God. You are thankful with His commandments. The Homer stays 36 days under the Homer, which is 5 weeks and 1 day. And merciful one, restore unto us the service of the faith, speedily our days. So, really, I don't fucking know. Really? No. Really? Yeah. Yeah. No one gives a fuck. Why? Live your fucking life, dog. Why? I don't know. I guess. I consider it playing like hard ones. We go, get it. What? Dude, we got it. 36 the big day. Really? Oh, so sick. How? Really? Fuck yeah, dog, I'm on it. Really? Like that fucking comment? Yeah, on it. Well, fuck you. Alright, are you done? What is the world like? 3760. Really? One earth of the world. Creation of the world first of Adam and Eve. Really? No one knows. 3761 creation of the world first of Adam and Eve. 3761 creation of the world first of 3761 creation of the world first of Adam and Eve. 3631 137 of Adam was born. 35 235 Enoch son of Seth was born. 34 36 25 Enoch son of was born. Dog, this is 57. Happy birthday, my friend. Then, Brad, kids, sure. like they can't fucking like that. No. So, that was a worry. Right. How dark. Who has been? It was just like really. Hey,
Starting studying Jewish mysticism in Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how time. It's typically that Kabbalah is always a path for that lies things at all. Neither of these positions really such notions of ages are they're over now and they're always then. Mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class has been to serve
global.
and Kabbalah.
We have more. And then,
The prophets of Israel under the Rothschild after the 18th century. Of course, this is meant to be exhaustive by any means, but it should serve as a spring for deeper study and hopefully to situate development of in the historical and cultural context and be in God encourage smart simple obscure express congregations here to reach the larger audience here listen to is especially in terms what is the recap? I heard that there was a guy in the 13th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world. That's the recap. There was a guy who was the Messiah by a relatively minor conflict in Alexander, and he was Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic predictions as early as 1648. And 1665 and 1666, half of Jews seem to have accepted this messianic. It was evidenced by the most classic example of this is the prayer from Sabbath. The prayer of Shabbat. The prayer looks at prayer for Shabbat. The letters that come over and over again from major eventful figures all through the Jewish world that they believe Shabbat's being at the Messiah. And talk a bit about the life of Shabbat's being the down the slide. We go to the test. So talk a bit about the life and time of Shabbat's being. What we did get into is exactly how it's supposed to be the Messiah. How does it work exactly? What exactly does it mean that Shabbat's being the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussion here on is that when people understand the messianic claims of Shabbat to be or obeying God, understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by covenant. Justified by covenant. Kabbalah in Gaza, some Shabbat to develop this messianic story around Shabbat being claimed that he was the Messiah to greatly popularize his messiah. There's a couple things to know that are very important about Shabbat being of God are quite different in terms of their relationship. The first thing is really important that they don't really have the same education. He is kind of like he's very talented. He's very smart and very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else. It's true. He certainly does this over very well. He's studying this over. So he had a great but the developments in the quarterback system, the developments in the whole Shabbat, there's actually real evidence that Shabbat being grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or educate the very complex of learning and Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbat and Kabbalah. Now, in Gaza, which is really important about Gaza, is hyper aware of the Lord and Kabbalah. And I mean, hyper aware is some religion that if you read some of those kind of words that are among the most technical Kabbalah texts written in time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he was how very technical ideas of Kabbalah are being debated among very high level people in that world. People like Israel, so calm. So they never knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to developments. He's at the cutting edge of the level of developments. And it's going to be really important, but the developments of Gaza is going to justify Shabbat's scientific claims are going to be vital too. And that was the right word. Things, whatever you want to use. He's going to be Kabbalah. He's going to do something. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, him, his messianic claim, you can see in his letters, not justified by complex ideas. There's no one about it. He's claiming that he's the Messiah because God chose him because he has a relationship with God. Say, shout to your friends. When called God by God's name, hey, God had imagined you doing something transgressive. knows he's not supposed to do it, but he has this intense personal relationship with God. He can call God by God's name. So for him, Shabbatai has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic theological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. He and God have a relationship, and that relationship is anointed. I invite people to all the God. I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, to me, myself, really Christian. It's a really, really Christian team. And one of the things that Rabbi talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He influences some of my Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish one very uncomfortable is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed, right? We'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his secretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating criminals, incorporating psychoanalysis, incorporating Islamic elements. That's what works the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Because he does these transgressive things at this point, too. But really, it's the syncretism that really gets them. And I think that's something that's going to be important to me on this story. And we're just talking about this before, when the recording started, is that part of what's going on now is we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai today is a much more effect of understanding going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Richard Schultz and Paul. At some level, Shabbatai people would drop out, but you never realize that much less really confident in that he was a really real person that wrote all the details of the Great Prophet of Gaza. That was the theory that really reads that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship who leave from Shabbatai, and he gives three different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah, as opposed to why of God's thinks. So, we're getting a more complicated vision of who Shabbatai was, his theology, his ideas of his Messiahhood. We're getting there, and this is showing that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of God theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of God theory. That's going to really ties back to the Kabbalah in ways. What does Nathan of God think? Why does Nathan of God think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? Remember the Lurianic theory that God was originally a fullness, and that fullness moved the entire of everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that contraction is called Tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the Tzimtzum, that was behind the fold, what we call the Tehillah in Hebrew. And the Tehillah, right, was when it was evacuated. According to the Lurianic, left behind traces of the divine, fragments of God. It was like poured out oil from like a cooking pan. No matter how much you tip it over, it might get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, traces of the divine, the Rishimu, fragmented all over the inside of the oil. Those aspects of those traces within the root contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment is issued by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, demon. Well, those elements of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tehillah and Oid, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they extend to the bottom of that void. And as they sink to the bottom of that void, those elements became the myths, or this demonic world at the bottom of the gap where God takes them area by myself and Lorena. This is sphere at the very tip of the gift phone, at the tip of the God's power. What is that? The tip of God's. So the tip of that sphere, the light plunges all the way in to the void, to the tarot, is the tip of that vision of God that goes into the area of God. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, that's where the demons are. And the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the sphere. The tip of the light is usually his bottom. All of God's remaining judgment in himself point them to the void, the demonic, which is the golem. The soul of the Messiah is the completely good. At the bottom of that chaotic narrative is the evil. The soul of the Messiah is morning. Is the morning thing at the very bottom, the very bottom of this is filled with every imaginable, the soul of the Messiah is born there, which is put there, and there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss. The process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up. These horrible, according to the name, dragons of the Texas dragons, the name of the dragon. As the Messiah soul fights, strives to purify itself, re-purify itself, all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches for the event horizon, right? If you want to think about it, black hole. It's like a black hole. The soul of the Messiah is the very top of the event horizon, right? Just barely up through. Now, when it barely up through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. The void state is still confused, and so it's still good, it's still deeply polarized. Because it's the soul of the Messiah and really bad, right? The evil world of the VR. And as it finds out, it usually crosses back to the event horizon, black hole that it crosses through, and it's still influenced all this evil. But as soon as it climbs out of the world of the boat, it has to find the body. And when it finds a body, found the body, or something else of Shabbat's feet, and that explains Shabbat's feet. That explains these illuminations, these dark experiences, manic depression. Completely with God, and yet doing things whatever is a beast fast. And it's that. It's exactly Shabbat's progressive psychology and management religiosity and breaking through because inside of Shabbat is the memory going is all the whole. I mean, for you running a Gaza, this desire process going on in history. Once it is purified of all its evil, he is embodying the reign of Gaza. He is final titanic struggle of good and bad. What did the apostasy mean, right? Because he made them go to the 1665. They could have Shabbatai on the side of 1666. Two different theories about what's going on. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile. He's plunging himself into the world of evil, originating under that is to say, he's just going from the inside, making him enormous power, along with the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself He's going to, he's like a double agent. He's into the world of the he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world, to undermine it, to destroy it. Well, we now know our Shabbatai letters. We have another view. I see Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai was somebody who was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was actually plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going to Islam and destroy it. He thought that was positive thing for Islam. He thought that was positive thing for Christianity. The idea was ultimately plunging himself into this, plunging himself into Islam, because he knew the Muslims held sort of the Quran for redemption. There's just very different theories. Notice that what makes all about Christianity is one thing, what Shabbatai happens to be something that was different. So notice here, even Shabbat movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of messianic mission. And that's not surprising because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. There was a huge debate about that. They thought another, Peter thought something else. It's like anyone had a clear idea that Jesus' mission was one thing. And so that's what he debates there should be. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important things to make this important. Is all of the three, the Messiah, I mean, the traditional Messiah, we talked about last time, it's either an Israelite political Messiah, it's the spirit of religion. This out. The 17th century, the 17th century was a hyper of fundamentalism. I mean, you go to remember the 1980s, a lot of that was, the French Navy, Y2K, and all this stuff, demonstrating. See, what the area of time will take that in terms of that you get some sense of how crazy apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world. And Shabbatai's messianic claims were all about the end of the world. And to get a sense of that, we'll read a letter of Nathan of God here. This is the children of Nathan of God. We're going to read briefly to let you know kind of what the mood felt like. This is a letter of Nathan of God to Rabbi, Joseph, the Chileni of Cairo, big week in Cairo. I can forget that page over that. So I'm reading the translation. Nowadays, we think the increase of those forces, they are wholly affected by what the church but themselves. For the final end, this kind of apocalypse can be confident that left the final and found one. This being so, it arises. You must wonder why the listeners of our generation come to observe it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable illnesses, rather behalf of the Jewish nation. Or to do with this nation, whatever you like, justify or show up in them. We need to justify the most great existence even something like Jesus, or give him anything about him, he would be the most pious person in unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle with absolute certainty. The Jewish people cannot attain glory other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose and act in this generation praise in the redemption, the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatsoever for those who do not believe, even if they need more personal. And then after the word of the covenant, again in chapter 6,
It sounds like very Christian. That just kind of sheer, daily in all of this is that there is a combination that's already happened in sometimes in his life where some the inner circle of theology and Islamic ideas and synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that Shabbatai might include actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again predictions that Shabbatai will appear on the year and the year, which he never does. And eventually Nathan dies. Nathan dies. But of course, we have Nathan of Gaza who's and able to basically continue to steer the movement and begins to fall. They pick up the reins of this movement will be Rabbi himself will be Rabbi Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean, Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, and murdered in 1706. So he was a huge propagator of Shabbat until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbat died, women in the movement picked up the reins. No, think about Jesus. The moment Jesus died, who were the only people there? Right? We have Mary, right? Women there. So, big way hold the very early on. Really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets, and how the Shabbatian women prophets really made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai died. I don't remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his wife, Aisha, heaven, she was actually Aisha, Yaakov Corrido, Shabbatai. So his use of Luria Kabbalah and Gilgul reincarnation being Marshall, there's a continuity of Shabbatai's soul. He's not dead. He's reincarnating. He's reincarnating, of course, the younger brother here of Ishmael 7. What's happening in this process is that there is some pressure put on these Shabbat that are living in places like Salonika and then places around the Shabbat movement. Remember that Shabbat was the details of not being able to and so some of the people who probably live in the city and around 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbat who had never covered Islam and with ISIS pressure, related to pressure from the Ottoman Empire. They all rightly in the middle of Islam some years after Shabbat died. That core of about 300 families, right? That core of the Shabbat throughout the century, right? We have about 600 families. In order to what happened in that time period, in the generation after Shabbat's death, that the movement would take up. And they say that it's something like this. There is a team of 18 homes. There are 18 homes that make the world about the movement. They have a relationship with Jesus. And they have that relationship with Muslims. They don't marry Muslims, and they don't marry their Muslims. They don't associate with the Jewish crowd. That's obviously they're not choosing with their Muslim now. What's important is it's still that underground of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own right, and they only marry within their own right. What's happening is this Muslim Jews, they
ideal physically, and those that get you physically in danger, they can endanger you. So they're living as basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but for the moment they're living as this. And they're still not witness. They're still something not. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, find a little bit of there are further factors. Two major factors, three major factors within the human occur. The first major factor is that there's going to be another reincarnation some reincarnation of Rusum, who's known in Turkish as Osman. He died in 1620. By the way, and he's declared to be one of the really declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the reincarnation of Shepard. This is going to break the movement into two different groups. The smaller movement, which is the movement, is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox movement. The compassion movement is going to be much more syncretism. It's going to be some religious Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influences. It's important to know about the compassion movement is they're going to be missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Israel. And so what we got started looking at like on Israel, they're going to move their way into Europe, and they're going to reach the corners of Europe and the point of Europe and Poland. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. In a minute. This is the split. This is the Nazi movement. This is the theory. This is the rejects the whole reincarnation theory. The idea that reincarnation is and they say that completely shut up. There's no reincarnation of the only show that the Messiah is this archetype of the idea that Shepard is the only one of the Messiah. That group actually refers to the very popular but they're very close to the place. It's that of the Shabbat movement that's going to go on the one episode on every church. So one of the early mid-18th century groups or called Shabbat and collectively they're referred to as Yahweh. This word actually means agnostic, and many of them would not call themselves agnostic, but I would call them something like conversos or Shabbat, the name that stuff. Now, you might be asking how many of these Dylan men were there in the Ottoman Empire? Well, they haven't been involved in terms of calling themselves because they only very limited family, like all kinds of problems. So they're probably, yes, or somewhere between 50,000 of them. The Ottoman Empire turn of the 20th century. So the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatiyans in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. But they lived outside of the inside a kind of Jews. And they accepted everyone with them. They weren't completely Muslims. They were Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own graveyards. They don't really like listening to Salonika, officially Istanbul. They did their own thing. Everyone is Salonika is that they is that they became very educated, very this is all culture for very tight communities, right? That's to say they became and they kept the money and they were educated and actually quite wealthy. They were the early to turn the West in the process of part that Northern or Turks, as you probably know, led the modernization of Turkey. They were learning Turkish language and of the process. Turkey would modernize, and everybody's doing that. Pretty significant played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the title of would be Marrakeshi. So the first foreign minister was doing that. So now the problem with this is, as the 20th century world, Turkey and of course Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things, and what ended up was that they would be huge anti-Semitic backlash on Turkey, and the anti-Semitic backlash caused the movement of secret Jews, and the secret Jews were conspiracy theories of the fled through Turkey, and so basically abandoned secular. The question now these days is whether you don't make any Turkey at all. We don't know. We don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture. I had a student that speak. She came from a family, and she said that she would ask people that actually come from a family of Marrakeshi or a family of Hamas people, but my business person, my father was second, my and whatever, a tomb, but there left in Turkey. The problem with that is that we don't know who they are. Idea of Turkey, which don't make it public. So maybe probably think, like, yeah, the difference, but already distinct religion. But I am not the door to the possibility that they're still there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. That gives us some idea that they don't have some level of Vacunism, pride, all the way into at least the mid 20th century and Turkey. Now, as the Karakashi sect, the sect that holds that Osman Baba, you have to get some idea where we were on one of them. That sect, Karakashi was much more related to Judaism. And remember, it was that sect the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder why in the world would to this Eastern Europe? Why would you hear me get it out? Shabbatai is dead for generations. It was a huge disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai's fees is despite the not used to the entire thing? Disaster happened. The first thing is that Shabbatai actually happened. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. It's unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where you know very fast, got to Central Europe, all things were very low, and frankly, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, early 16th century, or late 17th century. Yeah. They're not terribly educated. This is very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined. Remember, Judaism and the Ashkenaz have this very interested in supernatural, very taken for those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at the time was very, very elementary. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was familiar, but at this point, early on in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karakashi missionaries
during the country had a much higher degree of college education than most people did. So this is very interesting. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region is much more oriented in the level of than belief. What really matters for these people is it matters more for Jews at some level for what you believe. It's a belief a bit more weird. You can have a much more broad range of beliefs to practice Judaism. You can believe all kinds of things about ritual, and stuff, and it was okay to practice Judaism. And further, these two things were very material. You're talking about a place where you have a right point. That's why it's giant over and this entire area is subject to constant problems with population, where there are constant problems. So there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in an environment like that, where there's a kind of precarious existence or much more poor people are very existence of the Messiah to save them as opposed to other people. We get to that point. It's about history. Shabbat is central. In general, it's cognitive. And it's always been a cognitive about that. Now, what's important about this is what ended up happening in the aftermath of Shabbat speech in 1666 is that most people they rejected the Messiahship. Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow them, they reject them. Well, what ends up happening is the rabbis that were the almost always the or the Messiah, or rabbis of local region like Manasseh and Israel, and Shabbat the entire time, the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, and Manasseh and Israel basically able to reign kind of so anyway, Amsterdam was a hot messianic, maybe one of the largest messianic centers in the world. In 1666 apostasy, in Menachem and Israel, the rabbi of the they were able to shepherd them through the path. What ended up happening in Europe is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some of the rabbis infected or influenced by missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in private, while in public denying it and remaining organized. So we have people that secretly make some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and at the same time publicly they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people professionals. Happening as Kabbalistic ideas began to make their way into the aftermath of Shabbatai. You can sort of imagine Shabbatai that step reaches in and Shabbatai brings the Messiah, Shabbatai bring this wave in the central group. It's behind after he leaves, his Messianic lands wash out. What gets left behind is a couple. So, and then he comes out. And what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so, as he leaves behind, as the Christ traces, the rabbis who are left behind with belief in the Shabbat as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a Messianic movement, all the while still holding on to these Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is not the Messiah. That maybe he is occulted. Guiding himself into the deep senses that we quote, and that he will eventually redeem us. Right? This is all part of the plan. What ends up happening is that how about in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbat element. All of Kabbalah, Central Europe, in the early 18th century, late 17th century, tinged with elements. A lot, right?
guitar. We have other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about the influence just in a minute. This ultimately erupts in controversy in the other dimension of the Jewish people. Is the situation where two very prominent rabbis, one of them, I believe, declared to be Shabbat. He declared to be a Shabbat. And he denied it. He says, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not done in my lifetime. Both of them did recently died. And for a long time, people believed that the peak of Irish was that he was not really a Shabbat. Now we know he probably was. We actually have good reason to think that he was the fact that it was once in 1950 a Shabbat or a Shabbat. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was the Shabbat of the time. And it's not this binary issue. It was the emergence of the most important Jewish movement. Basically, the lunar period in that movement was discusses in so many ways the disdain between the Shabbat and the Shabbat differs. Is also going to try to the rise of Sufism and the ideas and the opponents of the idea and this becomes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Sufism maybe a little now evidence about early Shabbatism. There is a relationship. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of early Sufism and European Shabbatism that it's undeniable that some level is by Shabbatism. I don't want to say people prove the Shabbatism, that's true. The idea they would not. But I think it's there. Why do I think that? Well, for instance, like the most of the signing of the community, the idea is that they're as a certain kind of quasi messiah and sort of an intermediary between and God. Humanity is often sometimes someone engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that suffer on behalf of the community. The emergence of the Shabbat and facts and everything we'll talk about that the next time. Not the same way this is what I do. There's something that's the same movement. The Shabbat we're going to have there's some overlap. We're very a lot of people a lot of antinomians. Obviously, we can find that in Shabbat as well. There's this stuff about some physical stuff that the custody do seems to be also overlapping with some Shabbat as well. So it's largely Jewish very conservative, but there's streamers and there's innovations. The concept of is not perfect. For instance, somewhere in there's always influenced by not being found in for the Judaism element comes to as you probably know, Catholicism is very like it's very Rabbi and there is a we know that texts played a huge role in early Catholicism, especially for that and anyway, it's not was very critical of Catholicism. Song anyway, as a extension of Shabbat. Early on, when the really goes after early cousins, he really claims that under the hood of it all, it actually flourished. Now, I think that is that's going down of cards. Maybe he doesn't play his cards. But is he completely off base? I think John's not crazy. He's not a fool. I think he's not political. I think he's too private to belong. I think that would be a relatively strong argument there. There is strong influence of the Shabbat movement in Central on Earth. Now, in Mongolia, Poland, this movement continues to change and mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps the most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbat family. He left the Nubia to move to the Ottoman Empire. We go to Karakashi sect. In fact, most of Obama was in 1752. 1752 folks were in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, so he moved back to Mongolia to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-progressive form of Judaism, what is called the Lateral Affair, where in the synagogue you may have a naked woman who was the embodiment of a Torah, and they were doing some kind of seconds in the synagogue and figure out this naked woman to be the and it's 51 followers were executed. Now, the idea that is actually something which is called Era. As redemption descent. This is completely because almost everybody toes it. This idea of redemption to commit sin, redeemed, this idea never occurs, to my knowledge, in Shabbat Yom. It's listed over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, engaging in violations of Jewish law in order to face redemption, in order to put themselves in the club and redeem themselves. Virtually no evidence of this. Practicing never makes it. This term is you actually found in the Talmud. Can you commit? With a forbidden object. So the classic example is can you steal of an esrog? The rabbi said no. You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking up. And so even here, this is just ridiculous. It's unfortunately kind of complicated by a bunch of anti-Semites. You have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, these people somehow part of this lineage of the Rothschild, all this stuff, and that they're really Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins, and the more sin they do, the cure themselves. And so this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is really the idea of Shabbat. This idea they never did this, not what they were up. I would they would want to believe in this. Show me Shabbat literature where it's not before. I don't know that it ever is. I can't find it. What Frank does argue that what is the key is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah is involved. That he's inaugurating is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah there, yeah, he's using Torah, he's conquering the competing in the Torah of this world. And that Torah is inaugurated on God, knowledge, Das, how you say it, but he's bringing a new form of the Torah to the world. And that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he called the religion called Das, or Das. After what is the moment Frank and his father are arrested and to Islam, many at the time, and what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. By the devil, I mean here Catholic Christians. And what they end up doing is they camp of Jews who were influenced by the Zohar, the British, the other camp, the anti-Shabbatian, anti-Frankist, except the Talmud would reject the Zohar. Of course, the Jews accepted both. The Shabbatians are trying to correlate with the Catholic Church, basically, so that global Jewish academics can condemn them. Shabbatians argue with the rabbis. There's a 1940 debate. The bishop is supposed to go to side with the member, and the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians, and it's the Talmudists, and the Talmud, there are dozens of copies of the Talmud in Poland. Now, what is happening? Sided with the Shabbatians in 1357, he dies. Bishop emerges, who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Rabbi and Shabbat begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening is that it's so complicated. The local bishop who wants to put the Bible through, and in order to prove the Bible, the Jews sacrifice and kill the host, sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense. The ultimate dispute and love of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be non-religious and Frank, September of the name basically sides with his bishop. His bishop stands for an enormous amount of land, so the Jews, Frank also stands for an enormous amount of privilege. Like 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism from 17,000 September. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think his delusional with power, holds part of the plan, just like Shabbatians has to. Well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Christianity, he's going to be to this day, it's clear. Basically, the modern period in that is Hasidism. And so it really what it is, the disdain between Shabbatians and Shabbatians is also going to try to provide the Hasidism and the people that came up, the opponents of this idea that this event comes later. Now, I want to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset. But the data is now showing, evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and difficult, but there are so overlapping elements of early Hasidism and European Hasidism that it's, I think, undeniable at some level the movement, the Hasidic movement, is influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't see an influence of Shabbatianism. It's true, but I think that it's no longer helpful. They would not and well, stuff that the existing people do that also seems to be missing with some Shabbat as well, although typically the existing movement is largely Jewish law, very conservative, like in the street, there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not government. For instance, the wearing of calendar is deeply influenced by Kabbalah, therapy found in more than 5 elements. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very the Rabbi's almost that regal figure as king, and there's a messianic and the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbat played a huge role in Hasidism, especially from the community. And his cards, maybe he doesn't play his cards, but in a little bit, I think God is not crazy. I think he's I think there's actually a relatively strong that there is a strong influence of the Shabbat movement, the Christian Shabbat movement in Central Europe, especially in the middle of all of Europe. Now, the reason I just mentioned Poland, this movement continues to take into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form, the evolution of Jacob Christ. From born into a Shabbat family, he left Rebellion to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with during Baba was his wedding in 1752. Both were in 1752. Like, this is 25 years or so until American Revolution. So he moved back to Anatolia when he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious anti progressive Judaism, and we have what's called the Elder's Code here, where it seems like it's he made a naked woman, so the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff. Excommunicated in the local attached to Franklin, which is called mitzvah. Sometimes translated as reproducing. This is called almost everybody this idea of redemption to sin, this idea of mitzvah, this idea occurs, and to my knowledge, in Shabbat it's the holistic order of the Shabbat. It's over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in their behavior, engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to pay for the redemption. One of them is the in order to see how sin through sin. Never makes that argument. But this term is what I'm very idea. What can you commit? Can you mitzvah with these with the forbidden objects? So the classic example is can you make a stone and the rabbi said, no, right, you can commit a mitzvah by breaking out a mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is ridiculous and it's complicated, right? Much fancy stories and stuff. You have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, these people are somehow part of this. And they're really secret argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah is what is that he's inaugurating a so you have to look at the new Torah. He's conquering the new Torah of this world, and that new Torah is already inaugurated called wisdom, knowledge of the dots is how you would say it. And not the Hebrew, but this idea he's the form of the Torah right into the world. And that new form of the Torah is this thing that he calls Akhtar. After Israel relatively quickly went to them because his followers were arrested. And they need to just hold like any Shabbat against the time. And what they ended up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean your Catholic bishops. And what they ended up doing is they argued that they represent the camp of Jews who reject the in the other camp, the anti-Shabbat, anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, both. In the Shabbat, formally with the church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis and the 40 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with you. And the bishops actually, the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and then now it's burned. Now, when is it happening? Again, it's always funny. The bishop decided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1777, he dies. And a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbat. At this point, Frank declared that he was reincarnated by Rama and chapter 16, used to reveal his religion. And what's happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically Bible, and in order to prove the Bible, the Jews sacrifice and kill the host. So that's an anti-Semitic nonsense. And of 1759 of the bloodline. But the anti-Talmudists were declared to be really Jews, and they were being converted. They goes back on September 1759. Basically, decide what this gets out of and all kinds of stuff. And also the Jews, Frank also stands for an enormous amount of privilege. Jews converted because of Frank himself. Completely full of himself. And I just took power. This is part of a plan, just like referred to Islam, well, being reincarnation, himself into Catholicism. And that lives a life of noble. He lives a life of noble. And all this stuff, but at the same time, he engaged in ignorant, heterodox behavior. And always got the Turkish court sometimes engaging in very strict behavior. The local Catholics not having it. They were not having it. Eventually, they left Frank. These are the first monastery for 14 years. So he was arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years. And they did not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not wanting him out. So like the What ends up happening is that he gets into the kerfuffle with Joseph II, the ruler of the Roman Empire. He's expelled from the and he ends up settling, and he eventually dies of a stroke in 1790, right? We're like in the French Revolution, right? 1780, like the work is not more over the term. And that 1791 is Governor Ava takes control of the movement against women who rescue this movement. There are 25,000 Frankists, that's to say Catholics, as crypto Jews in Poland, and in the late 1830s. And what's happening is that the future, basically building a giant around her. She claims she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. There's a huge center of Warsaw and both under her control. And she lives like a princess. People the money that she spent her life around, basically bankrupt the movement. She died in September of 1869. The movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. She lived in like a farm in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, whenever the movement started to take all over, was that point that began to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea to try to make this bizarre double life. And so many people in the 1860s and 70s began to convert to and began to be Catholic. Continue to be Catholic for it. About 1880s, that people were practicing crypto Judaism or Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally to a frankly cult of personality and it became less about Shabbatians, less about less about fighting it, more about cult of personality. And what ended up happening is people basically by the 1880s to basically just learn about all this deconvert. Some people convert to go back to Judaism. There was split there. Evidence of split. You may know this family. It's a very Catholic family. That was a very Catholic, very famous Catholic person. Announced their name, which you probably recognize. What's the family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. There's good evidence for recently that the former Pope John Paul II is the descendant of one of the Catholic families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. He's pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankish families. On the other side, families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish style Judaism, like the other have a very liberal Judaism is the Brandeis system. And of course, the Brandeis system, as you may know, Luke Brandeis was the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Luke Brandeis died, one of the effects, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image, a picture of the recruit. He came from the Frankish family. And this era, that means that Luke Brandeis was the strongest in the crypto Shabbat. He probably would have lived, just like the other cultures that you recognize from lots of places that he would have been in the United States at the time. But he maintained the image, he could make sure that he was right. And he comes from the Frankish family. So I think he was practicing about the former fashion of absolutely not as ridiculous anymore. I think the John Paul II is trying to when out here think about Freakism, Shabbatism had a huge impact on the idea that you can't study Kabbalah here for years and all that. Was still the practice of the Shabbat movement. The internal reality the rise of or at least a Shabbatian, an expression of a kind of Shabbat. Hasidic movement by famous Rabbi is probably more of their anti-Shabbat. We have emerged aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatism and freakism, both in being the world of truth
on the Turkish national movement. And then we have families, very prominent families, like the family of brothers, converted, they are part of neo-Shabbat. Neo-Shabbat, channel, I have a couple of folks. An interesting spiritual for them. But what I want to hammer home and wrap up this is that we cannot imagine Judaism coming into American It's the bridge of Judaism from the world of the world and he is the bridge Hasidism at some level have to be seen as the shadow of Shabbat's people, as in the shadow of all the mystery stuff at some level it is the shadow of Shabbat's people. There's no way we can deny it, I don't think. And so if we in many ways stand modern and someone as to the Shabbat. In that way, Shabbat is still around. We are living in the shadow of this Messiah. Emphasize to Islam and continue to be Jewish. So, to direct us wrap up. The majority of Jewish people is in ways in the shadow. And we learn about this, we understand him, whether it is staff or we understand Jewish ordinance, whether it be the Quran, not being they're all in the shadow. It's important to understand him, take that knowledge, not a lot of areas right downstream of him. And so, on the side of me, midways, people who go Judaism in some ways, Judaism, those two bookmarks, and then modernity is whether you like it or not, whatever, certainly can't deny that we have not, as a Jewish population, come from the real class of the with that, movement, institute, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Zionism. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me. One, two.
He's only in Florida. If you have the kill, that were blind. Damn it. The cells kind of and start like so people have better lights. So prize one. You think you're gonna be alive, but hey, it's one. Yeah. So 10 years. Two more. Great. Jesus. 10 years. Yeah. 2 years. You're gonna be able to do this in every cell of your body. There's a virus in it. Oh, yeah. We're looking forward to it. It's just your guy. You can have good eyes and watch yourself die and you can see your family think about it. It's the craziest shit. The first time in history that they've been able to reverse aging itself. It's cellular level. We have Yamanaka factors. It's like they think it's revolutionary. That's fine. Everyone in the body, we know that I'm going to be alive, but injecting a virus sounds like the beginning of what was that Wilson? I am actually making the job. Counter factors, factors, a concept, transcriptive factor, that can reprogram specialized immune cells into a youthful stem cell state known as induced whether discovered in 2006 by Yamanaka. The technique enables the body to reverse cellular aging and tissue regeneration. So question, if you inject it breathing, is it like getting bit by a vampire now? Like you'll live longer but be stuck collecting your age. Every cell of your body doesn't know, but it's going to be some cases we can like stop aging now. Because when I'm 70, yeah, that's the point. It's actually like you go back 5 years, I think, but does it make it's like that's your body. Yeah, you know, your body's always making new cells, right? That's why with animals, they practically minus ice, which is crazy. They regenerate nerves, optic nerves, turn around, and you go. It's crazy. So yeah. It's everybody talks about the best, but it's not well. Yeah. It's everybody talks about like you never laugh. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know. It's like how vampires are, but once you get bit, it's when you're just losing this frame. I don't know because every I was like 12. Yeah, just 12 years. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. You still selling agents. Not the show. The movie's phenomenal. You've seen the movie with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise and Kirsten Dunst. You know, Tom Cruise. Brad Pitt was like, there's no good in it. For me, it was just not fun. So it's fun. Come on, it's so yeah, that's so very good show. Yeah, it's good. Did you watch True Blood too? True Blood. Lovely. Oh, yeah. No, just you like fashion also, huh? That's all that's the TV right now. Crow did it because so much. It's like he's devouring fresh air. Yeah. Pause. judoka, and he was a striker. His parents were like, do you have the remember when colors first came in, they were not so bad. It's so bad. I thought it was so bad. This is Orbis. Well, we were just talking about process. Because he smokes cigarettes. And I'm
Oh no, you're talking about process. I'm talking about how you're over this stuff.
It's
I know, but by the time you come down, we're gonna live to see 45.
so it could come to market. And you know it's never stopped me waiting to face. But I don't wait. If there's anything that I wait for, this might be it. That's nice. If I had heard to it, still think you started, we just finished phase 3. I can finish. And I'm everybody's on. But why are you guys on?
Why not?
Shredded party. I'm like, things in their body. Cool for summer for no reason. Honestly, and I'll push it aside. What am I on? Yeah. Test. TRT. Yeah. Only one.
You know what test is now?
It really is. Okay. I'm on Rothschild. And it says 31. What is that? It's for regenerating cells, so it gives you actual energy. So I've been I paid 2 hours in a couple of years. Say my girl was done, and I was like still fucking moving around. It feels hey, I'm sure it feels cool. Or you just touch including the list. One thing talk about nice stuff. Also, you're on. Select Cinex, which is for the brain. Because I'm retarded. So, so much. Last week. Really? I feel like I can put a burden. No, back in the day when I took Deca, that's when it goes up. Acting goes up. Like my works. I'm very flexible, but I'm not able to. What do you want? Sex drive? Your wiener just. I think it goes up. What is it like? It's like a female. It's like a female hormone. I know that's what you're breastfeeding. So yeah, it's like but I can never do EQ again because you know how much I eat naturally. On EQ, so statements and EQ, it turns me into like a dying golden retriever. The way I eat. I got 32 kilos of birds in one sitting. I'll never get weight. Never get weight. Yeah. 32 birds in one sitting. What if you stopped everything? You can't stop fast though because you're never. Yeah, I would have to say Coleman, HCG, and the LH, and FSA, all that.
36, so I'm at a pretty good age where birth control for men.
What are you taking? For what reason?
Smash.
What you were saying before.
No, those are for pussy. I also, I don't know. All right, let's take a little break, kids. Yeah, dude, I freaking wallets are hard to find. I lose mine all the time. She can just found mine on the other couch because I always sit all weird. But I was like, I set my game up. Rich said, "We got you, fan. We got you." Unique slam modern design. Holds up to yards plus. Fiber one, but it comes
I'm checking it out.
all rich products and Wi-Fi.
That's amazing. Who do you want to win? Yeah. Wait, Mark. I'm saying.
It's not like an air tap in your walls.
There you go, big man.
Reach one somewhere. People aren't going to phone.
You guys trying to get listeners and viewers. Check out, just head on over to You're all set.
He's definitely. He's definitely.
Since the first time,
He's just stepping. He's just doing his own thing. But he can't hear you. Wow, big man. He's good. That's a tough one. Right. Oh, that's big time. You like hockey? Amazing. Cool, man. I love it. You're amazing.
And I'm on my feet.
You got a strong body. I was making it so hard at the gym today. I did jiu-jitsu this morning and they were like, this guy was a jiu-jitsu guy. She was telling me to go, fuck him up. I believe you. Yeah, and I said, sorry, how would you do it? It was in front of me. And jiu-jitsu, and just in my face, just gets me. I said, you realize I did it job for 10 years. What's his life? How dare you? You're out. Did you have polyps? They said it's common. They took polyps and kept it. Okay. What's their eyes? Polyps is, it doesn't mean it's cancer at all. They take the polyps and so it doesn't turn into cancer. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Just like 25 to 40% of people that go in for colonoscopy have polyps. Yeah. Would you just land? You out? I don't know all that stuff was the companies and stuff like that. I told you that was straight up was absolutely hitting on me. Absolutely. I got a butt on me, but also like they fucking my dick was no legacy and she was absolutely hitting on me just right there, and I was like, I look like fuck. And I was like, I just got my shooter looked at. When you're all heavy, it was all maybe it was all when it's that relaxed, it just looked like just a big old sleepy snake. Or maybe it was I'd be sucked off. She might have been into something else too. You are not a grower. So anybody who's probably seen it's so lazy. They're not really getting smart. Yeah. I'm not so lucky. I'm a grower. And I did surgery and they put me out unconscious. I went to the hospital and I woke up in another room on anesthesia and in this cold ass room, and the doctor had his back to this room. He goes, "I see you not walking around naked." I went, "Walking around?" And you guys knew what he was doing. That anesthesia knocked your brain off like a rhinoceros. He goes, "We have to push you back down." And I'm like, "Why are you telling me this?" Yeah. And I had to explain that. I just came out of it. It's so cold in here. It's very cold in this hospital. Now, I get when they double carbon monoxide here, you're having cards really hurt on your heart. And so they can get so much pain, so they get morphine, you kind of like that. I'm actually in my bed, almost standing, and the anesthesiologist, and he knew I was a comedian actor, and he goes, you wake up, and he goes, so I heard that, I love that. The first dance. Did you do any dance? And he was hitting on me and gave me his card that said, forget dance on it. No. And you see, I know it is. It's a little much, right? I was young and cute as fuck. I was pretty cute. Pretty cute guy. When I was a kid, moving around, I had it right. Was it obvious when you heard it? Because I do. I had a pain here. I was like, damn, what's going on? So I cut up the doctor, and he goes, I don't care if I need something out for you. So he sends me to a surgeon. You know those surgeons at Cedar Sinai? You've seen everything. This guy's dealing with death and everything. So when he shows up, and he goes like this, he sees my chart, and he goes, you ever heard of it? I go, right here. He goes, that's fascinating. I go, why? It's just the first thing I ever have heard. And I go, oh, so it's not her. He goes, no. He goes, next question.
saw you earlier, but I was in the middle of something. Amazing. Yeah. Did you have to have just calm down, bro?
I'm just saying, yeah, I didn't know you had to say you never said you wanted to do it. No, you had to
He's in the book. There you go. He talked about it.
I'm using this because I'm gonna catch up with
Everybody said the movies, right?
yeah, so I'll be able to get away from I'll be right back though.
That's me too.
How was work?
Really good. I went by there.
Oh, fine. Did you go with your friend?
Down there, yes, yeah. I'm doing some cleanings, lying there. I didn't know if it was so good. I don't know that late with his love. Why you working? I don't know why she. Black people come in. Everybody stays in the house. Well, black people too. They were at the damn hotel on Saturday. Sunday morning call. These says, that's cousin says, hey, we got to get going. We got to get going. 30. It's 10. What? 10? We got to go. Come on. So me and Stacey is running girl. Come on. Put us. They came right behind us. Right behind us. Right.
Oh, really? Oh, really? It took like 29 minutes to get.
15, 20 minutes from 20 minutes from yeah. Well, we got to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on now. We really doing this. Now, come on. I ain't gonna be calling the city to the other. I said, girl, no. But you said, well, the comment section will come at 8 o'clock or something. Yeah. Hey, you know what it is. People go up there. I can't understand it because we do go right there. But it's some people. I don't think it's on time. We got there like about 7:30. We got like 2, 3. 30, 30, 30. Some people come in late, but I'm coming at 7. You know, but you're saying people come close to 7. Come a little bit after 7. Hey. I can't say. Like I said, people come to me. What? What is that? So we got to go. And I just want to do my thing so we can put our stuff in the car. They were looking for something. She already had something. I already had the power. Harassment, I was stop. She was looking for something else. You're like, oh my God, y'all, come on. Like, y'all should have made a list. Like, got to go. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. But we made it on time, so I'm just glad for that.
It was good. I was able to schedule pick on Sunday at 1 p.m. Another podcast. So I'm doing one at 10 a.m. and another at 1 p.m. And I did so much break. I'm surprised you're not watching a documentary last night. It kept me up really late. And hours are not completely quick, but pretty close.
Yeah, shoot, don't even work. Shoot. Yeah, don't even work. But shoot, if you work, I'm guaranteeing you, you're at a better time.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. I worked for 20 years of my life, and I made enough money so that I don't have to enough money.
No, we don't work for that. You don't worry about what you like. You don't worry about it. Sleep whenever you feel like. Shoot, I have to work.
Well, you can do it tomorrow or the next day, and then say it the next day. That's up to some of them too, perhaps.
I can't wait. I wish I could just feel like my but it's good to get out and work. It's good to get out. Let's be out tonight. So some people say, I'm like, I want to go home. They're like, now sometimes there's some pros and cons to them. So we're just like, yeah, okay. Sometimes you just don't want to be in the house sometimes all day. Okay.
So, Claire, did you hear about coronavirus?
Talking about this cruise ship, right? Yeah, I already know. It's in people got it.
There you go.
I looked at I seen it on the house and God pictures we were living cruise ship but he was so he told us to yeah, watch.
Do you think that it's going to be locked down?
I don't know what's going to be right back. That's all right. What I need to do is just keep working. That's what I like. There's going to be a lot now. Let's do a lot now. So look what we got in the front. Just look. I want y'all to look. Just look. That's all I'm saying. They kept going on with Saturday. My language is the same. That man wanted to take me down fucking fight.
Claire, up tonight.
Enjoy it. Indeed. I enjoyed it. That's all I said was very, said what she said now. She said, wait, look at somebody on TV, MSN. She said, they said that Trump, they said the reason why they did that is because Trump was trying to take their day on praise, but immigrants, get these immigrants out of there. Not like, sorry, I'm sorry. This man destroyed. This is not to be what is it, a war word? And I didn't know.
This is the place I've known you for more than a year. I have known you for more than a year. Never knew you were so political.
I'm not political politics. I don't like politics. I like to tell you this stuff because we do not like and all of the problem. But I can tell you this stuff. I don't even know. I don't even know how to tell you this. I'm very understand where you can and what's going on.
Okay.
And I don't want to whoever voted for him. Y'all, y'all made it happen.
This is scary.
Y'all made it. Everybody serious. Y'all made it happen.
Why are you saying that why are you saying that I voted for President Trump?
Why did they do that? And I know, oh, well, I said, you know what, you mad now. Oh, man, Trump, you voted for him.
I didn't vote for
So it's, yeah, man.
It's a great. I didn't vote for him. I don't know anyone who did, so I don't know who you're talking to. Oh,
People that did. Trump didn't do it. Trump didn't do what you wanted to do when you voted for him. You did. What you got going on with spirit? Not down. You're going to take the money. That's unemployed. Now they got the work. She said, I don't know if I'm going to talk to him. So I'm just saying, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? She has to go out and give it and go out and give it. So it's a lot for people. Now, one, I apologize. I thought today his name was Stephen Houston. I think he did some stuff. But he was a spirit, he was a little bit iffy with us. So,
did he?
doing rallies.
Did he?
I don't understand about that.
Did he say why he was thinking about Delta?
And I was trying to explain it. I know he said he was filing for unemployment. But he said he has to be careful. He said he was like, just waiting. I come in and said, he came, but he just now, you know what I'm saying? I understand. I am the story you about neighbors. I knew about neighbors. Wait, you could have given my hand and said, well, hey, thinking about hands down. She gave him a little bit of notice. I months or whatever. They can go and be like, okay, this is what I'm saying. This figure out this going to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel for the I mean, I'm like, oh, stuff. I mean, now, I don't know about passengers. You feel for passengers? You feel for passengers?
Everybody paying for a flight, go on a trip or whatever,
I feel so.
and then
I
all of a
feel
sudden,
with the police.
and then I feel for them as well. They're the obvious.
Right. They got thrown up. I mean, I'm catching them. They could have gave him a little bit of. I could have. I feel for the ones that really get a refund right out. I feel for the people that have to call a travel agent or whatever. I feel for the people that book flight from all the way out in South this month, July, August. I feel for them. And then they have to call a travel agent. And then they got to they ain't on time. They're gonna take some time. They don't know if they're gonna get their money back. I feel for them. I feel for those people. I feel for everybody. It was hurt, but they should have just gave everybody they should have gave them hey, we got to get rid of the shut down stores for the sucker. You know, we should give everybody a heads up. Instead of having put me on well, one said he said he was working. He said he woke up at 12 p.m. Got an email. So he didn't even work email. He said he was in a long email. I'm going to shut down at 3 a.m. He said he didn't need the rest of them. He said he didn't want to. He said I would have followed. He said I didn't. He woke at 12 p.m. It don't make no sense to me. They could have really been good. But I will pray that everybody is great, happiness. I pray that get their if they ask for the pay. I pray that they're happy with their career, a job, everything. I pray that spirit, Holy Spirit may come back to existence and maybe another company, you know what I'm saying, with another company. You never know what's going to happen.
That's correct.
Also, one thing that people read because I was looking on the map today. The theater on the coast the tickets is like most of the people are so I'm gonna have to go to the trip and I'll have them. It's just like you don't have to go yeah. But then again, the one thing sometimes so at least it's must it's one which I don't mind because I mean I might still go because it's just so much they figure to me all those places it's like $33.
$33
What's up?
Where are you going? Did you want downtown?
Yeah,
That's why it's so hard. Because it's probably nighttime and then downtown.
so you would go pay. You get that for like uh, yeah. Go to that's what it's like. I'm really, I like
So where you going at?
no, I'm gonna go to it. I'm gonna go to the I don't know. Like, looking for stuff
I didn't start.
also put happening a lot of things.
I want to play you can invite me. No, yeah. Ooh, Jesus.
They can like you know my other date radio. So I don't want to pay up $2, $4.
I remember when little tickets were $1. I'll see it when it comes. I don't know. You have big plans?
I'm not a content person. And shit on nobody, I just don't like that. I like this when you play the game show, a good game of whatever. I like
The Apprentice?
the that part. Yeah, yeah. I like that part. And, you know, Christmas. I like going with some friends, but
You have big plans for your weekend?
I gotta go to Arizona tomorrow. So switching bank. I'm not gonna close my other bank out yet till
Nice.
my joy check is up. So
Positive.
yeah, till they get transferred to the bank. You're in the way from the credit union. Leave bank.
That's smart.
To a credit union.
It's more benefits.
Yeah, so credit union. You know what I told you? What happened? I did when I went to the minister, right?
Oh, I don't. What happened?
You know about the cash app situation, right? You know what that?
You didn't tell me about cash out this situation.
Okay, so you know, I got this. So, paperwork somebody was trying to take $39. They trying to take $39 out of my cash out. I think it was clear. So then I called them. They was about to close. I said, okay, well, first of all, I use Uber. I said, is there a way? And then I went first of all, I said, I gotta get home there. I said, well, there's a way I can call, I can open it so I can get, she's like, yeah. She's like, okay, hold on, one minute. Let me check. She's just like, oh, they didn't really say nothing out. And they took it to the police, so we're good. So we're not gonna say, that's what okay, thanks. So then, I don't know, a week later, going to the airport, this is real. This is I'm going to the airport for where. So, we're going. I'm coming out to pay for my nails. I do the tap. I wish I did two ways, right? I did twice. This guy said, suspicious product. Suspicious product. So I had some, I don't know what to pay for me. They opened it. They went, okay. I was like, okay. I was trying to get another. I said, well, you know, you can't just get that good on. I was like, what the hell? So I'm a kid here. And I can also hear that I am good.
No, I don't remember you telling me that. Did you ever find out who it was?
So after this, then I called Adrian and I had talked to the agent. I wanted to do it. I wanted to tell you. I said, what? But she told me that the first they tried to get twice, the three times. They tried to get them for the tank. They tried to take $20 out of her. They tried to pay her fee. They tried to take another 10 or something like they were trying to get. They was trying to get back. So they tried to pay 20. They was trying to pay her 10. And they were trying to say they were doing that. They were not taking nothing out for it. I said, well,
It's a praise. You're up.
I know I don't get kept. I said, anyway, anyway, don't care. Anyway, so,
You were saying that they were trying to get $20 from Adrian and give it back to him. Yes.
So, we're going to talk about it. I said, well, hey, I called her and they said, hey, did you call her back? No, so I did put it I live up there. Some things so what am I thinking or the things that so yeah. So I am and that's not
That's right. Yeah. You went, I went. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. I heard you say that you're just getting a savings. Don't you need a checking account? Oh, yeah. Starbucks to his laptop he's going to a movie theater. He's in Hollywood. I don't know why he's going to a movie theater in South Los Angeles, but there are like 10 theaters around him. But he's doing his own. I only have 2 eyes, Mr. Aquarius. They can only take so much. Let's look it up. Forty. Yeah. Immersive cinema on that. Developed by CJ40 works that augment standard film screen with physical effects synchronized to on-screen action. Now I understand why it's so expensive. The experience includes motion seats that tilt and vibrate along with environmental effects such as wind, fog, rain, sense, and strobe lighting to create a multi-sensory environment. What up, Riser? How you living, man? Riser, are you there? No. Did you follow up?
every day. On
Eight, nine, nine, 10, 11 right now, baby. Monday night, Tuesday night, till Wednesday night. I have to be up at 6 8. You're 3 hours behind me. It's 8 right now. It's 11:02 p.m. I'm there. So, I yeah. Okay. So, when you're coming in here, I need to bed. I have to get up at 6 a.m. my time, which is what, 2, 3 in the morning for y'all?
It's
So, yeah.
she's been in. She's just
3.
been asleep.
It's okay. You forgot. You forgot that
Riser, do you know about 40X movies that have motion seats, squeeze club, rain sense, and strobe lighting? That's where JC's going. What are your thoughts, Riser, on your favorite podcaster, William Montgomery, announcing that he was ending his podcast yesterday and that I had to be the bearer of bad news to you? Well, William Montgomery came in here at 3 o'clock in the morning. He was like, "Rabbi, I have something to tell you." And I was like, "What's up, William?" And he was like, "I'm ending the show." And I was like, "It doesn't surprise me because your podcast is awful." He's like, "I know." I'm like, "But it used to be better." He's like, it seems,
It's always been amazing.
okay, that's whatever you want to say. How did I find it out? I went on to Tony's subreddit because I wanted to know what happened to him. He hasn't been on in like a month, and the month previously that he was doing Tony opened the show wasn't his same self. Frankly, he hasn't been his same self usually since he had that meltdown at that stand-up comedy show where they or whatever, and all since his breakup with Eric.
That's kind of he's got great. Is still funny as ever. And so the bombing that he did at the comedy show just bothered him.
I know it happens. I get that.
Agree with everything you just said. Everything you just said. Wrong and not.
Okay, let me ask you this. You haven't seen him do stand-up in 2 months, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, I can tell you that he just hasn't been the same. Especially, and I'm not the only person that thinks this. Tony Hinchcliffe thinks this. His boss.
Oh, you got promoted.
Well, he said that he likes to do starting more because then he doesn't have to like. Then he can relax for the show. But he's the closer. He's like Mariano Rivera. He's the guy who no matter what at the end, there's going to be something, and they've changed it now. Also, Tony just hired a new regular, which tells me that probably Montgomery's done.
Montgomery,
I don't think he really makes that much anymore. To be honest.
That might be dry.
Yeah, it has. I mean, he's a one-trick pony. How many times can you be told that you're a fat bitch? You know, 1,000, whatever. He, so what, like, in reading the comments, whatever, if he had a dispute with an advertiser, or they dropped him or something? Usually what happens in those cases, it's a company like Podcast One. What they do is they basically get a bunch of businesses who want to podcast and who want to advertise on podcasts, I should say. So like companies like MeUndies, Magic Mind, and like AG1, all of those, and they get this network together, and then they say we're going to put it on these different podcasts, and so William Montgomery would be on one, and all of the other ones, and then basically they cut whatever podcasts aren't produced performing that well, and I think since Casey Rocket left, and the lovely Erica, they've just basically felt like his one man show isn't getting the same views that it once did.
I really checked it now. I noticed nothing. I mean, never really picked on many.
No,
So, not a lot of content. Less than $800.
yeah, and he's legitimate, in my opinion. That's what a real podcast is. It's not these 600,000 views within the first 2 hours that these other podcasts do that are just being artificially inflated. His was like a legitimate, hey, I'm not going to blow money on bots, and we'll just see how it goes. He also did something. What you actually well, they're supposed to, but they have people like inside like your brother has to, and you go back to them and be like, hey, you need to unsuspend us or whatever reason, and then they do. But your average person doesn't have that time to control.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, it's a 2 years. If you're a Mr. Beast, you're gonna be able to buy yourself. They they can buy yourself, and that's where they make their money on these giant creators who they can promote to the top. That really flashy graphics, and frankly, it's a lot of brain rot. And anyone who has anything to say, they are going. But if it's not, if they don't feel that going to meet their metrics, then they end up dropping. And that's what happened with our man. Um, that's what happened with our man. Um, William Montgomery. You asked if you really want to know. Well, I said that I was searching for William Montgomery because he wasn't on this week's Kill Tony or the previous week's Kill Tony. They haven't mentioned him, and it's almost like they don't want to get into it, but he's no longer their closer, which is a sad thing. He was the closer for like almost 10 years. Not quite, but like a long period of time. Where no matter how bad the show was, you could count on William Montgomery as a consistent funny person. And sometimes he was just going to light it up. And when he does that, it's incredible. And I will tell you that when he's all cylinders, doing crowd work and yelling at people, he's one of the funniest comedians around. But he's just lost it. It seems like he's lost his path.
I mean, I can't really comment on that because I don't coach on it. Like, they're obvious. So maybe that's true. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Without.
Yeah, no, How are you doing on every Wednesday?
That's true. And like the fans were saying that, like, oh, I can't believe he never did a read. He never unified or he never had a reunion with Peace and Rocket. And dude, who's the producer guy?
Rand?
Who?
Very not a William Montgomery.
Oh, Daisy. Daisy. He said he's gonna take the railroad back. How much is the railroad?
Evil.
He's in California. Where you at? I'm trying to figure out Rise.
Right,
Rise is
right, not in California.
where's the Rise at? I thought he was in California.
That's okay.
Only 17? Where about?
Yes, I'm
That
surprised.
was one of those movie theaters. Yeah, they had $33 for one ticket. Two tickets is $44. What the heck?
So it's a big price.
No, that's crazy. That's a Saturday little. That's why we're treating ourselves. Exactly, that's what that's right. Brandon, Brandon's here. Hi, Brandon. How was your day? How was your day? Okay. You been streaming what? Oh, okay.
All right, right. So you're ready to vote?
Ready? I played against the wall today.
So,
You play body, which is like Scrabble.
your face.
My square is Joe played.
Oh,
Scrabble.
I missed it a long time ago. Do you win when I was up? Do you win?
You sometimes win.
when I let him. Get out of here with that. Right here. You're down 20 points.
Mommy trying to cover up nothing. I already know it. What was he doing? He must be telling.
I was saying I'm kind of strange, but I'm talking about my weight. Just kind of thinking, I kind of think, I look at it, and this is how it stuff is, it's a good thing.
Where is it going? We're not going to Hollywood.
Yeah, I have to go.
Oh, wow. My,
Oh, riser. Riser.
I know how to pick it out. Rainbow.
Oh, riser. You're taking on my spot.
He's ready to do it.
I want to. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
They do it every time I wouldn't take it. don't have anything here, but I do. Huh? Downtown Atlanta, they have them. I'm in Atlanta. Yeah, I'm in Atlanta, but I'm like 20 minutes from Atlanta.
I have some family down there. Georgia, Savannah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. I thought it was a part of the song.
We'll do it. I can't see it. Oh, ain't nobody there. Mhm.
Advisor, I'm distracted. What do you want me to do? I've got robot cars. All right. All righty.
I can't learn this. It's like isolated. It's a,
Yeah, I'm in.
brush your teeth. Perfect. That's a salad.
You want more time?
No, I have nothing. I never really have.
Just get kind of game.
You have no idea. How you would just have no idea. I would have like 1,000 points.
I was serious.
devastating.
You're not too far off.
So he fucked me so bad.
Oh, Lonnie, Iron Man. I was still like 5.
Yeah, but you just have no idea. You played a few spots that just you have no idea how they who it is.
Yeah.
What up, Tim? I mean, do you not know how to view people on this server, dog?
Yeah, okay, he might be AFK.
Excellent point. He was just in here talking to us. How was your day, dude? How was your Why is that? Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, fuck you. And then two fucking leaves. I was fucking distracted. What do you want me to do about it? I got this asshole telling me about hitting his head. I don't know. I had to be the one to be like, yeah, right here, because you're just AFK, quiet as fuck. Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. I mean, what do you want me to do? Ban him?
If you leave,
I kicked him a couple times recently. Why? Why did I kick him recently? Whenever he talks about like stuff that will get me banned, or he just gets disconnected. All right, what are we watching tonight, big man? I do. It's supposedly a really good documentary, but it's really controversial. Go to BitChute. It's called JFK to 9/11. Everything's a different strip. It's like everything from like 1960, even before. It's like all the history. Did you happen to ask why they banned your phone? The assistant's finding it. I got an email today from a girl who says we're going to do a podcast Sunday potentially. I said, actually, but we got another one that I'm doing at 10 a.m. Back to back. It's going to air September 7th, 2026. If you're like, why the fuck so far in advance? He only does one podcast a month, and she's done it. She's getting her master's degree, so she's not like, but yeah, it's cool. And I like it. She's like, we can speak for 30 minutes if you want. We can speak for 2 hours if you want. We can speak for 30 minutes if you want, she said, or 2 hours if you want. So that's cool. The 70 years of UFO history in 20 minutes. I know a lot. We're young, guys.
Well, if you watch something with Montgomery show,
I already won. I don't even want to hear it. I already won this one.
you were saying, like his guest was saying that Paul Walker was because he had like a car that was not water. But then I looked it up and I was like, trying to find evidence of like the shoot or Reddit and could not find it. Now that I claim that I think Montgomery show, that's what he said. He was basically cut his great lines or something. Because it's nothing else, water towers.
I heard he was killed. I heard he was killed.
Because of the water towers.
That is stupid. He like James Dean after like the James Dean comedy. I did.
This is 3 hours long. They're a shorter one.
Yeah, we've got to watch it. It's like the most famous band documentary. And it's going to be like the end.
I watched the documentary one time on YouTube, but now it's banned or something, or that's correct. On like the Rothschilds. And how it was really is it but good. I was like looking for it.
was interesting, but they're just saying, like, much creation, so much cool.
It is. Look who it is.
What I like I'm listening to the part of yeah. I think she's a child for
I have a funny story about this.
watching it.
I have a funny exactly. I have a funny story about this. So my friend and I, when I was young, I was like maybe I don't know, 15 or something like that, and we were watching Jay Leno, the Tonight Show, and they had Emma Watson. This is when no one knew what Emma Watson was. And she's this cute little British girl who's just in being like, on this set of this movie that's coming out of Harry Potter. Nobody's heard of it. Well, they have books or whatever, but I was like, wow, who is that? And my friend, who was 1 year older than I was like, dude, she's like 13. And I'm like, dude, I'm like 15. Like, that's not that huge. We're like a year and a half, like, in age difference. Like, that's not that big of a deal. And he's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But I remember thinking to myself, like, that is, like, this is a little kid. And then I'm thinking to myself, I'm a little kid. Actually, Emma Watson is 4 years younger than I am. But, okay, so maybe I was like, maybe she was 16, something like that. It's not. I was a child. And she was a made up, actually, she's like 3.5, about 3.5 years younger than I am. So I was like 15 and she was like 12. And it's like, it's pretty normal for like, well, it surprised me that they just had a child on this night show. That's pretty rare. Yeah, you did. You just said that you had a crush on Baby Irwin. So you had a crush on a 13-year-old. You had a crush on an 8-year-old, which is even weirder. When you were 15, she would have been 13. Okay, and when you were 15, she would have been 13. Dude, I was 15. I love how Zoot thinks that a 2-year age difference is no big deal, but a 3.5 year age difference puts me in with. Yeah, 3.5 years.
What are you gonna say?
Just
How do we not feel coffee?
so that's my life. So maybe actually, maybe I was 60. What you did. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfectly natural for a 16-year-old boy who sees a 12-year-old pretty actress who doesn't know their age on the Tonight Show to think that she's attractive. But my friend who was a year older than I was 17 and was already like, for that. Well, kids, I don't understand what the big deal is.
I'm pretty sure I could go.
Oh, I didn't think that she was my exact age. I just thought that she was a pretty actor who was on television. But I didn't know. But anyway, he gave me shit for that for a long time. I was like, dude, we were both minors. What do you want me to do about it? Dude, you want to watch a documentary? Okay.
Dude, why don't you ever watch
Dude, you're literally the person on earth who does less in a day than what are you talking?
That's not true.
Aside from going to stand up on Monday and masturbating to our new chicks once every 5 months, we have the same life. It involves like 4 hours of dice party a day, 1 hour of nine, 1 hour of an hour of bullshit, and then a random game of either dog mini golf or or
And you want to
I don't know why we have to take it to that.
Rabbi,
What up, Zoot?
if you could travel
I am choosing. Actually, I think there's a new Planet of the Hot Apes or something like that. I want that one. Um, Krypton, where Superman. Oh, what a meta answer. Middle Earth? Wait, so are you choosing planet Earth, like here, or Middle Earth? Dude, do you ever like have conversations that don't have anything to do with the fantasy universe? Not all of them. Some of them get their shit crossed.
Sorry?
Some of them get fucked up.
Yeah.
Dude, like all those wars died in the war with the Zorons or whatever, in Zoron or whatever. No, they couldn't. Their whole like civilization depended on it.
Why did they try to?
That's a great question. And isn't that from the Hobbit though? That question, why didn't they just fly with eagles to Mordor? Okay, it's not the same thing. It's a good plot, but
I think this could happen. Zero. All right.
do you want to watch the documentary?
Raza, should I go?
Yeah, I already talked about it, dog. Gonna shut down the world, baby.
And
COVID part 2. COVID part 2. Dude, this bitch is gonna be even bigger.
are you scared?
I think so.
You think that?
Yeah, dog.
Well, it could be. It's not that hard to create this mark.
Maybe Zook created it at that adult arcade. And this is the result of having sex and then getting email saying that you're no longer invited to that arcade, and then getting another email that says that you may have gonorrhea and that you should get tested. And then you don't, and then all of a sudden the world's in a panic. Or you could have sex at an adult arcade, get an email a month later saying no longer invited, get another email that says that you may have, and then just don't get tested for it. Yeah, that's how viruses get spread. Dog. HIV stands for human immunodeficiency virus. What's the V in HIV stand for then? Too? Hey, okay. I mean, that's like a cool story. Then. Okay. So, how did you transmit your super gonorrhea to the world? And now it's on some passenger cruise ship in the Canary Islands, and the King of England has said no one is allowed to spread the ship for 45 days. You got to say, okay, two ran away. I mean, I'm just stating facts here. Right. So isn't it amazing though? I'm just calling this right now. How all this came on at once, like just like the other pandemic where it was 2 weeks to stop the spread. Like all of a sudden, World Health Organization, Wikipedia, the British government, everybody saying like all this shit. It's just like somebody got a fucking email that was like, "Hey, yeah, start pushing this." In an adult arcade in Adelaide, South Australia, about 3 months ago. It took a little while to yeah, but to um, what do you call that? Not meditate, but it took a while. I'm gonna look it up. You know, what's the word? It's like feeling like it ends with eight. It's like uh, not like it's like that.
Yeah, I'm in front of the theater right now. I'm in it because I'm paying my ticket. But my movie is like, I'm here early. Like 40 minutes early. Actually, like, yo. I'm walking in the theater. Like, some other people already know. Like, about that. So, well, wait outside. Yeah, right. And, yes. Yeah. I didn't have to pay $33 so I paid, 22. Yeah. Yeah. So I think I might get pizza in there. I want to get my cameras and my real money camera. And I have like this small chocolate bar, but I think I could just get the drink inside. And, I might get pizza. I don't know. If I don't get pizza, then I'll just get taco. That taco and that taco. Like weed. Like I can literally smell weed every time somebody comes out there.
Every day at my job, man, I don't know if the lady was coming in there. It smelled like that, but the whole apartment, my house, it smelled like weed. Oh my God. Y'all let me in here smell like that. For real.
I like the smell, even though I know I like the smell. Like, at least it smells a bit better than cigarettes. But I don't.
Not in no office though. Not in no office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There, I've been in LA. You will have like they won't do it in the office, but kind of in the office. It all depends. A lot of people don't want that. The only thing I don't like about this is I just found out right now. I was actually on the Taco Bell to go get something to eat and use my laptop, but they don't have the Taco Bell sign on there, and it's like I guess it's closing down. And they can I used to go to this location. I used to exist in the mid-90s with my mom, taking my siblings to this movie theater because it used to be called the Magic Johnson Theater. Yeah, I've become and it's not as dangerous as it used to be. But it's interesting to say that because I have I don't know if you have an app called Citizen app. I already seen an alert with somebody shooting them in the air and somebody got arrested. And it's not too much, like literally a couple of months. This area is like mostly gentrified for the most part. It's not a lot of people in the theater. I mean, at least in the lines, I was like, this time. kind of sort of Harrison. Oh, while I have time, I'll say you see the next. So, what? No, the phone right here. All the hills are pretty shop plaza. But it's closed. It's the close. But I guess they close at.
Magic. Isaac, can you hear me?
The national rights dividend.
Right. So they were talking in here. So I'm still watching now. I'm going to into their Discord channel. But you're good. Still watching. Keep on keeping on.
This was another artist smuggling engagement, just like many other shooting disturbers before. However, when they went down this motel, they were business. Many times before, CIA agents, however, stayed almost an hour, paid students, cash stuff in a very large envelope. This was the evening of November 20th, 1963. Marita began to get worried. She knew that President Kennedy was visiting Dallas the next day. Becoming concerned, she pressed Sturgis as to the real purpose of the visit. When he told her that for this one time it had to be confidential, she decided she wanted out. Marita had no way of knowing that a great number of other people had made similar journeys that day. CIA pilot Todd Clubby through several assassins in the Dallas location without even being told who they were. From all over the country, radio operators, riflemen, drivers, false ID spotters like Chauncey Holt and Bernard Barker, get getaway plan like David Ferry, version of the city. Whilst at the Hall of Oil Plant in Merseyside, a group of his Nazi friends celebrated Kennedy's death. Due to the testimony of LBJ's mistress, Robert Duncan Brown, the mother of his illegitimate son. I don't know much these gifts were. His homosexual love life told him to lose they'd invested post-small business. Hoover also knew Kennedy wanted to replace him as head of the FBI. The two Brown brothers were Brown brothers Harold, who along with Cliff Carter, John Connie, and Senator Joseph Yarmouth. Provided from the service, and is ordered down by Emery Roberts. Let's just look at Ripper's reaction again. He is quite clearly disgusted. Why aren't they letting him do his job? As the car rides up the balance, you can now see how the removal of the Secret Service protection has opened the cannon into the field of fire in almost any direction. It's plain from these pictures that as the motorcade moved on in the dance, the Secret Service to protect them being crowded together on the vehicle behind. While traveling in the pilot car, some 400 yards ahead, the men are smiling as they see everything they're going through. Crichton, Lumpkin, and Whitmire, the instrument the military protection should have been lost. Whilst the people lining the parade were deeply infected, Lumpkin has seen to it complete and then almost into the would-be crime scene. Pausing at the corner, Houston and Elm, Lumpkin is seen exchanging reassurances with one of his men. Yes, he tells him, the hit is on. Glancing discreetly upwards, he sees Weatherford, Eladio del Valle, preparing to fire. The signal is passed to the other side. Get into position. Having been let into the Daltex building by oil baron Eugene Palebrain second. The client of New Orleans also represents Matt as a getaway pilot waiting, purely on private detective. David Ferry. He opens the window and there's Charles Green. Closing the Walkie Phil Albricio, Rolando Esferrer, and Tero. This basic pattern was established next to a radio alongside a second marksman who could take over should the first one back out. Each team was then guarded by more assassins than the Cubans. Made sure no one interfered with each group. It all sounds quite professional. The truth is, it was. Sam G.I., Chicago police force, Richard Payne, was an electronics and wiretapping expert who spoke 5 languages. Up on the grassy knoll, with his childhood friend Charles Harrison, stood the diminutive but Charles Frederick Rothschild. Nuclear physicist who worked inside Harvard with Shell Oil, he was also friends with David Ferry, Civil Air Patrol. Under the Texas School Book Department, LBJ's psychotic hip-hop performance held a PhD, taught at the University of Texas. Texas oilmen, mafia dons, merchant bankers, and military industrialists had assembled the all-time dream team of professional military. They were there to make absolutely certain they came down. Two men who many years received this crown: Richard Milhouse Nixon, George Herbert Walker Bush, smiled on the sidewalk as they exchanged drinks and Japanese. There was no way Kennedy could escape them.
Rabbi,
What's going on, big man?
what's poison going on in Fort?
No, it's a little late for that. We're watching it, though.
I recommend.
Yes, sir.
Move the NBA stars. NBA playoffs.
They already started, big man.
The Lakers, they play yesterday.
Correct. They'll play again tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, they play again. What about Cleveland Cavaliers?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, but Rabbi Nate.
I'm not mad at you at all. I've never been my entire life.
Tell him the clock is going in and out of the car.
Yeah, why is that? Do you know?
I think it's one. It keeps kicking.
No. That little flight bot doesn't. No.
I don't know. I think it's my internet.
That could be.
I'm trying to. I was reaching NBC, and somehow went out.
Okay, that could be it. Let's see. Is it, what device is
I'm
it?
pretty sure I'm there. This experience doing.
Okay, what,
YouTube TV.
no, I understand that. What kind of, are you, okay, so here's what I want you to do. Go to your Chrome settings.
I'm on Chrome settings.
Yeah, and go to, type in the search.
Okay.
I think it's acceleration. So type in ACCEL. And do you see enable hardware acceleration or enable graphics? Yeah, ACCEL. And do you see enable hardware acceleration or enable graphics acceleration? Okay. Which one am I looking for? Brandon,
The one with Pokemon. The one with the Pokemon ball. A Pokemon. SCCL.
yeah. Okay, just a moment.
I'm saying one.
Okay, just one moment. It's not loading for me. Okay, do you see in the Chrome settings? Are you using on that device that keeps leaving and coming back? Are you using the Discord app or the browser?
The browser.
Okay, using Chrome?
Yeah.
Okay, go to the settings, type in ACCEL. And do you see anything that says enable graphics acceleration or enable hardware acceleration?
No,
Okay, delete ACCE and type in hardware, HARDWARE.
Card. W-E-A-R.
No, HARDWARE.
That's not doing anything.
No, okay, I'm going to spell it again. HARD. Does anything show up when you just type in hard, HARD?
No shows.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, type in graphics. RAPH. Okay. Go to your browser bar where you type in an address. Like where you would type in Google, type in colon. Yep. And then the colon, the colon, which is 2 dots. Okay, and then I'm just gonna send you what you want to type in. So I'm gonna send you a message. Okay. On the one that has the meerkat, go check your messages and type colon // flat. Okay, you found it? Brandon, did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay. And And okay, so then what you want to do okay, so go to the Chrome flags. Did you do that? Okay, I'm going to send you the instructions again. These are more in depth. You want to, once you're in Chrome flags, you want to search for override software renderings.
Okay, I'm in Chrome flags.
Okay, and type in override, OVERRIDE.
Okay.
Do you see it says override software rendering list?
Yeah.
Okay, change the setting from default to disabled.
It's disabled.
Okay, now change it to enabled.
Okay.
And then click relaunch at the bottom.
Restart.
Yeah, relaunch or restart. And then try it again and it shouldn't kick you out. Let me know if you're still having issues, okay?
Okay. It's loading.
Okay.
There it goes. I think you fixed it, Rabbi.
Well, we'll see.
Yay, Rabbi.
We'll see. We'll see. But that's good.
Tell his co-workers would go right after he had been ill that night. He stumbled into the men's room, threw up on bed, his behavior was suspicious, called the police, made a record of the entire incident. Back at the farm, guilty of the radio, coordinating the government, and perceived behavior. These two will have their watch, and the umbrella, have a seat, while everyone else runs around them. Bosch makes a report that it was successful, and casually walks away. Just like the chief radio coordinator, the radio is clearly visible.
There we go.
All right, big man.
It's not done yet, more.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Have a good night. Have a good morning.
Sweet dreams, big man. Everyone.
Sweet dreams, yeah.
Good night, big
I'll
man.
still be here resting.
I know you will. I love it. You're always welcome here. This is your home.
Okay, good night. Sleep tight.
You too, big dog.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks, big man. You too.
Never knew. To be not necessary. Class All the to leave the husband. Look it up. Any James. Highly they get really what they do. What? Fight. So that's even all best you could possibly do. Then rear body. Horribly I should bring forward see this exciting wax. So the usual procedure. Slightly. Okay. It's finished. Pot is now made with fluid. Stupid. Instead of placing the tip of swab, body. Hardly so. The hell his partner. Yeah. Thirdly, then, yeah, then, or the seed. way. Respect to the crowd. I'm going to take the president's body. I help. It's one. What's that? It was filled with them. Also told this. In the midst of the country, this the team no. Four. One. Now. Because it's get up. Don't move. Tell try to go. Now the you never investigate. Because he's able to such a reason. But those truth about they want Surgically on. Look. All right. There's one block. Count. It was quite. Sister. divorced him. So low. Spotters. Yeah. Yeah. Interested.
Talk about it.
She had spent a lot of time. 22nd of February. Charles Nicholas. Time. 77. Schedule. CIA. His spy. Yes. What is this? Hey, good. The copy. This. I'll copy it. Which one? The doctor. And the so, yeah. Good. What else? Right? Support. How'd you Okay. There wasn't. That's it, isn't it? Production. Does become really up. All rich. Boston. Well, Okay. Simply do not believe that, that you to provide us with a cultural. Yeah. Every country comes together to British communism. Fighting time stop. One people pay for the work and policy. Okay. Is always successful. Feels very so we offered this bargain because this is how if so stop the first first original village. see what everyone was doing. Okay. Individual charge of giving a signal. Again. Access. I wanted to pay below the rubber baron. So, so okay, well,
What are your thoughts? I do too. Believe it or not, more like I feel like everyone gets documented, and I've seen it for 20 years. And this one could play as a podcast, or it could be as a documentary. It had a narrator. Gave me explanation. Um, there are some things I slightly disagreed with, like kind of assassination account, but the big takeaways that I found or gleaned from it that were really important to me were that autopsy picture of Kennedy where his eyes are open. That never made sense to me if he was shot from the front, but then now knowing that wasn't Kennedy, it was just that cop who typically looked like him was really interesting. The G. Gordon Liddy, as the shooter of J.D. Tippit, was really interesting to me because I'd always heard that, but I never put it together exactly how it went down. Um, and how Watergate wasn't really about an election by any means. It was about have Nixon wanting to publish with people with the CIA or whatever, and you're not going to do that. And so they used the same people who basically pulled off everything to be the plumbers, or what they were called the plumbers. And that was always the question that I like. Why would these guys who had something with the Kennedy assassination, something with Nixon Watergate scandal, and it was like, oh, because they were basically told like, hey, we've got pictures in Dallas, Texas, November 22nd, 1963. And if you don't go in and these pictures are going basically public. I'm not. And I think that's exactly how it is. I think there are other forces involved with all of this, but that was all really interesting to me. And I see why this is such a popular documentary in terms of like the non why you can't find it on YouTube anymore, and why it's considered so controversial from a documentary point of view. I thought it was excellent. The fact that they have a narrator throughout the whole thing that's telling me the story, that they're using facts, that they're not jumping to conclusions. There aren't major periods of just silence, and that's like, I mean, from a documentary point of view, this is the most engaging documentary. It's 3+ hours long. That we've watched some documentaries that are like an hour and 10 minutes long, and I'm not focused on them at all because they have a lot of silence in them, and they just like taking the environment or whatever. I get it. If I see a picture of it, yeah, to look at it for like 10 seconds, and then the landscape shot, and then like 4 more clips of something. I get it. I know what you're talking about. But so overall, I'm glad we watched it. It's like one of the great non-mainstream videos of 25 years. Did I know everything that was in it? No. And it made me think about some things. And I consider myself to be a assassination expert. I will debate people on it. I know the name. I know about a new president. An American who doesn't look into it, I feel it's doing their patriotism a disservice. And so I went down it and tried to figure out what not. And like if in the United States, if you discuss this, like they in common in attacks. But for anyone who really is a truth seeker who wants to walk out of the path of the play those games, these are necessary that one might have. And not perhaps not everybody. The best documentary I've ever seen on the Kennedy assassination is called it's the James Earl Jones. Basically, they have the guy. He is the guy, but he killed Kennedy with a fatal shot from the grassy knoll. You're like, how do you know he was the guy? Well, he knows so much about it. There are pictures of him there. He talks about the bullet he used, the gun he used. It was the gun he used was a Remington fireball. The bullet he used was a mercury filled hollow bullet, hollow bullet, hollow point gun. The reason why they used the mercury fireball, Remington fireball, I should say, was because it was a short barrel, but which allowed him to put it in his jacket. I mean, and it's like, okay, well, how did they get this interview? He was actually in jail when they did this interview. And it's like, well, couldn't anybody say what they want from jail? Yeah, but he was there at the time. He had pictures of him with Lee Harvey Oswald. He has pictures. He talks about like his journey. He drove from. Yeah, he was just a, as he said, his last words, the last words of Lee Harvey Oswald, where I'm just a patsy. A patsy is someone who you blame for doing something and literally goes, I'm just a patsy. And then Jack Ruby comes up and shoots him on live television and kills him. Just like getting rid of a loose end. And Jack Ruby went to jail because of it and quickly died in jail due to cancer. They allegedly gave him like some kind of radiation. He died very quickly. So it's like basically tying up the loose ends and tying up the loose end and tying up the loose end. And this documentary makes, I think, a profound argument that George Herbert Walker Bush was the mastermind behind Kennedy's assassination. I think there's a lot of evidence for that. You know anything about George Herbert Walker Bush? He was the head of the, when they asked him, where were you on the day of the Kennedy assassination? He says, I don't remember. And like I can tell you exactly where I was on 9/11. Anybody who tells you anybody can tell you their location on a given day when they find out something like important in history. It's called a flashbulb memory. And so for him to not be able to say that, like, curious, and then people have since done digging up his newspaper articles, and George Herbert Walker Bush the night before was published in the newspaper to be speaking at the local Freedom Lodge in Dallas, which is questionable itself. And there's that picture of him standing outside the Dallas police station that looks a lot like him. And see it, it's just incredibly against the interests of the American people. And there's nothing we can really do about it. It's basically an open secret that it conducts espionage, not just globally, but also on the American public. John F. Kennedy had a quote that he wanted to smash it into 1,000 pieces. And not only was he killed over it, his brother was killed over it, allegedly his son was killed over it. And a lot of other people. It was another thing that was interesting to me from this documentary was they were like, we do body switches all the CIA does body switches all the time. Like this wasn't new to them. And then how the people got rewarded who were involved. So this is a weird thing. It was like it was a time when like 5 U.S. presidents were in the same city on the same day, which doesn't normally happen unless it's like a public event, or people who would be U.S. presidents. So you got Kennedy in Dallas, November 23, 1963. You've got George Herbert Walker Bush outside the Dallas police station. You've got Lyndon Baines Johnson, who would be sworn in on Air Force One, and they forced Jackie Kennedy to be there alongside him. She had blood all over her pink outfit. You have, well, I should say there were 5, purportedly 5, was it 5? Maybe just 4. Well, 5, certainly 5 presidents that were involved. You've got Richard Nixon, who was previous vice president under Eisenhower, who Jack Kennedy beat in Jack and John Kennedy are the same person, but who John Kennedy beat in the 1960 election, which was allegedly rigged. You got Gerald Ford, who would take over after Watergate, and who was on he was very involved with the war. So you've got like 5 presidents: Nixon, Kennedy, Johnson, Herbert Walker Bush, and Ford, who are all like involved in the situation. And you're never taught about it in school. I remember when I was in school, I was really excited to learn about like having the Kennedy assassination. We never had it. We made it to World War II. We might have said a word about the Korean War, and that was it. That was all the history of the war. And there's a reason why the CIA publishes the books that the United States. Just looking for a company called McGraw-Hill, which Wayne Maxwell's father owned. He owned a lot of them. McGraw Hill, which controls uh, majority. He owns Galactics or something like that. And those two companies, perhaps one subsidiary of the other, they control the American school system, uh, books of the American school system. So, anyways, this video was eye-opening, and I'm glad we made it through it. So, what were your thoughts? I know I'm just laughing. Go ahead.
No, it's I heard there's like your spot and
Yeah, so it's known as Dealey Plaza. Have you ever heard of the horror film Nightmare on Elm Street? Yeah, it's Freddy Krueger in it.
yeah,
All right. What street do you think Johnny was killed?
no,
That's good. And there were newspaper articles Nightmare on Elm Street. And so that's kind of a callback to what happened on Elm Street. And Freddy Krueger doesn't have any general opinion. Nightmare on Elm Street was like in headlines in the 1960s, and then there was a movie in the 1980s. Yeah, a lot of people say, I've never been to Dallas, but a lot of people say, like, well, I've just heard people, but what they say, like one guy, this is Uncle Tony, but gives you like a real feel. It's like, yeah, I'm an Uber driver in Dallas, and whenever I can, I drive the people in the Disney Plaza, and I'm like, yeah, see how they killed the president right there. And he's like, really well rated. That's good, I don't care. So Tony asked him, like, have you ever, or they had somebody else, but somebody else who was from Dallas. They're like, what do you do for a living? I'm like, well, I used to work at it's called the Dallas School Book Depository Museum. It's the sixth floor. Basically, that's where they want to tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald used the Marcano rifle to kill the president. What they don't tell you is that the amount of bullets that he would have had to shoot were impossible to be able to shoot and reload that quickly. Um, and we have an open mic on the radio of the Dallas Police Department that we can listen to the audio and when the bullets were fired, and there were like more bullets on the audio than what actually was shot. It would basically be like, how do I want to say it? It would be like, just to give like a real person analogy, it would be like somebody carries a bowl of spaghetti to the table, but accidentally drops it. And we all have to scramble to clean it up. And there's this big stain on the ground of a spaghetti stain. And the whole time we just at the dinner ask like anybody who asks about that. We put a rug over it and we say that it didn't happen. And that's what I mean. There are like all kinds of questions about this that are unanswered. And when I was a kid, Riser, they would put out these random specials. And to their credit, Fox, like there were three major television stations in the United States for like 50 years. Yeah. And the way they got big was through radio. So they were first radio stations, and then they eventually became television stations. Well, Fox was the new kid on the block. Fox more came from the movie world and theaters. And Fox came out in the 1980s, and in order for Fox to gain traction on the other feed, they would put out like controversial specials, like on the moon, or they might put something out on like how WW is rigged, and like they would show like behind the scenes how these guys actually aren't punches, another one was called Magicians Unmasked. They would, or the Masked Magicians, something like that. They would have a magician show how all of the tricks are done in like major magic, and have been for a long time. And that would get a big audience, and then people would have more and more trust in us. And yeah, so this one was interesting. They would, so there was a time in the United States where it wasn't acknowledged that WWF was not real, and they eventually had no WWE, but it was WWF then. So exactly. So in the 1980s, there was an argument that wrestling is real. Those guys are really hitting each other, and it's really better described as like choreographed athleticism, something like that. But it has a predetermined winner, and that's why you can't bet on it. And this only came out though in public during a set of hearings that Vince McMahon, the owner of WWE, had in the late 1980s, 1990s on steroids. And basically, they had to come out and say it's not a sport, it's entertainment. And this caused a lot of controversy because it went, why to us? It's like, that's just how the sport would work. You have to understand that like there was no internet. You watched the wrestling once, there wasn't really even a way to record it. Maybe if you knew someone with a special VCR, but really that wouldn't have been a thing for a long time. And then it looked real, and they had real blood, and so it's like, well, how is it real? And like there were no like chat rooms, and there were no forums, and there was no social media. The only way that you got any information about wrestling, aside from it being on television, is through wrestling magazines. Like, wrestling magazines were really popular in the late 80s and 90s. But they would admit that it choreographs athleticism. They would make it seem like it's real and that these guys really had beef. And if you watch wrestling today, it's like kind of obvious that we think that this is fake, but back then it was not. And so Fox put out a special. Pardon me? No, that made it even more real because they were hitting each other with a chair, and the chair would get dented, or they would throw a guy through a table, and that looks real. I mean, it is real. But what this special did is it talked about the tricks that the guys use to make it look even more real. So, like, one of them is wrestlers generally, not always, but generally, have really long hair. Not always, but it's like, especially back then, they would have long hair, and especially female wrestlers. But even back then, they didn't have female wrestlers. There was no, like, that wasn't a thing. That only came in the late 90s. This was only men. If there was ever a woman involved, she was just known as a manager. She would just be arm candy, a pretty lady, and that's it. But they would have these wrestlers would have long hair. The reason why they would have long hair is twofold. One, it allows, like, when it looks like they get punched and their hair goes back, it like tricks the viewer into thinking that they really got hit. Secondly, it allows them to hide the punches a little bit more. If they're both bald guys, you can kind of see that they're hitting each other. But if there's long hair, you can create a little bit of a padding and kind of hide stuff. So they would talk about, like, these guys use long hair. And they would talk about how they would cut themselves to get blood. And this was always interesting to me. There's an area of the forehead that you can cut that causes immense blood loss, but doesn't cause any scarring. So these guys every single night would take a small razor and cut themselves just above their uh, um, eyebrow, and you could do that over and over again. Maybe not every night, but every couple of nights, or wherever these guys were in the city. Cause huge amounts of blood. That was real blood. Additionally, they would show those chairs, like, oh, you're getting hit with a steel chair. Yes, but they would show where these guys would get hit with the steel chair, and it would show like it bends pretty easily in the spot. If you notice, they're not getting hit where like the edge of the steel chair is, where it would really hurt, but it still hurts. Then they would talk about the tables they would throw them, and they'd be like, these are real tables. But you have to understand that the table actually creates padding, so that when you throw someone down and it breaks the table, it actually pads their fall and doesn't really hurt that much. And they talk about like the pads on the outside of the ring. They'd be like, now these things aren't like a trampoline, but they do allow for some padding. So it doesn't just straight up, it's not on contact. One thing I always found interesting was they would talk about how they would make the ring. And they would be like, many people think that the ring is actually really soft, but it's not. It's really hard. And when you like body slam a guy or something, it always makes a lot of noise, like boom, 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 boom. And they would show the underside of the ring, just a bunch of like 2x4s that are like stacked flat, and that takes a lot of the impact, but it also makes a lot of sound. And they'd be like, they just take this thing and they break it down and they go from city to city, like, and it is of the circuses where like this is like wrestling is a direct tie to vaudeville and circuses, and going from city to city. And the fact that they weren't in your city more than one night, man, it was really hard for the audience to see these things multiple times and to get an idea of what was going on. So those are kind of things they would show. They would also show like oh what like that they would sometimes use blood caplets in a guy's mouth to make it look like they eat glass or something. They would use they would show what it's like to get thrown into like these metal chairs, like or metal stairs if you've ever seen. Those really hurt, but they would show like that the guy's not really falling into it. He's putting his arm down first and patting himself. Um, show like when a guy jumps on top of it, he doesn't just land on you. He like creates a little like he's on all fours basically and allows your body to right in between his body. And then they would show like how when they do the like the pin count, like 1, 2, 3, that it's rigged. They know that this is going to be not on the first time. So it's like 1, 2, and then the referee knows he's not going to go down for the third one. So he'll kind of be slow about it, and then they'll say that you pulled your shoulder up or something like that. What else would they talk about? Just like the cage that they use. They would use like a cage to like intimidate people, but in reality, the cage like a lot of times is just like material, and so it's springy, and it's not like a true cage would be. So sometimes it is. Um, so that kind of stuff they would just show, and that opened my eyes to how all of that worked, and actually gave me some credibility with Fox. Then Fox, like at the end of the decade, launched Fox News, and then kind of went in the political world. But before then, they were just trying to get viewers, so they would have these like really controversial specials on, and that kind of that opened my eyes to it. And, but again, like the Kennedy assassination was something that I would. I wrote a paper when I was in ninth grade. I remember the teacher said we could write a biography on one person. So basically, it was all boys, and we would get a week off every year to do a project. And during that week, our parents would go into the and have evaluations. They would tell us like how we were doing in school, what we needed to improve on and stuff. And um, during the week, since the teachers are doing the evaluation with the parents, they can't be teaching class, so they give you like a week of a project to do. And so in ninth grade, we had to write a biography. And I remember there's like uh, the teacher. We went around the room to say what we wanted to do biography on what we wanted to do the biography. And I remember I said, like one of the kids maybe before me or after me said, I want to do the Wright brothers. And the teacher's like, okay, that's fine. Those are the guys who do play. And somebody else was like, okay, I want to do Teddy Roosevelt. And they're like, okay, that's and I said, do Kennedy brothers. She's like, you can't do Kennedy brothers. Why not? Gets to do the Wright brothers like I did Kennedy brothers. He's like, because the Wright brothers got famous because they did one thing together. The Kennedys were different. They did multiple things individually. And I was like, well, he's like, you got to pick one. And I was like, all right, I'll do John Kennedy. And I had a week to write this paper. I wrote like a 30-page paper, pre ChatGPT or anything. It's a long paper, right? But I wrote it on the Kennedy brothers. It just didn't necessarily. I wrote on the whole Kennedy family because I thought that was a fascinating story. But throughout it, I oh yeah, absolutely. We'll get to that. But within my writing, I rejected any kind of claims of it being more than the Oswald. I just went with what the book said. And like, in my opinion, if I wrote this really long article on this, what read had to be correct. And I remember the teacher came to me and was like, I thought you were writing this on John A. Kennedy. You wrote this on the whole Kennedy family. And I said, well, he's a member of the family. And I wanted to give a background on him. I wrote the first 10 pages of this just on like his great grandparents. Like it was way back in his family because I found it to be really interesting. And I followed the book. And I wrote it myself. And at the end, the teacher was like, "So, do you think anything happened with his assassination?" And I was like, "No, it was one man, Dealey Plaza, 6th floor." And the teacher knew more than what I knew, but didn't want to lead on to that. I think at one point said, perhaps at the end, like, "Well, as you get older, you might want to look into this a bit more." And I remember I did fine on the paper, but it solidified in my head like this was just one person who killed the president, and that's it. And anything else about this discussion is lunacy. And then my world started getting torn apart after 9/11, and I used to debate these guys openly about the war in Iraq and how we were doing it for freedom, and we were doing it to free the Iraqi people and stop um, weapons of mass destruction, all that shit. And these guys who have been around a lot longer were like, it's about war, it's about control. You can't see that. I was only 16 at the time, but they were like, you can't see that. You'll see it. And like, I wish I could go back to those guys and like tell them all. Some of them I did, but like I feel like I was so wrong about what I thought. And that was the first time I remember arguing with this one guy who we were at a golf course and we were together like the whole day. All I did was want to talk about the Kennedy assassination. And can you imagine like you're supposed to be working and all you have is a pesky 16-year-old kid who just wants to talk about the Kennedy assassination. But shut the fuck up. But nevertheless, really interesting time in my life. But we I found that as I got older, I started getting into this documentaries, and the internet went from being text based to photo based to video based. And once it got video based, there was this huge amount of documentaries that got put out in the early days of YouTube. I can remember the first year of YouTube, I just sat and watched Seinfeld on YouTube. Like there were no like copyright infringements. There was nothing. I was watching full episodes of Seinfeld on YouTube. And I just thought that was as advanced as technology would ever get. And I could watch Seinfeld without commercials. It was a really big deal. Um, and then eventually these videos would come out, these documentaries, and I would like force my friends to watch them. My friends didn't want anything to do with this. I would force them to watch them. And then be like, wow, that was really interesting. That opened my eyes. Some would talk to me, call me, email me years later, and be like, I can't believe you were right on all that stuff. And that was like such a endearing, like, like I impacted someone's life from an informational standpoint. I remember talking to this one girl, and we were going through all of these things, and she was like, I went to the party, and I was talking to them about everything that we had talked about, and they were really, really interested in it. And they were like, she's like, they were eating out of my hand, basically all of this stuff. And then I went and I dropped aliens on them, and they all laughed at me, something like that. But now today, like that girl knows that what like I spoke to her a few years ago before we started shooting, and I was like she knows that I was right on all that stuff, and that is a really good time. In 2000, 2007, 2010, just there was no like alternative voice out there. There very few. And now you get people who are very at really young ages and they're woke at really young ages, but back then it was not that way. So anyway, watching this documentary, it's the first time I watched a documentary like this in I don't know how long time. Uh, and it was interesting to me, and it connects a lot of the dots. It's like not really that good at any single story, but it's a good overarching discussion of the people who may have had something to do with this. And, yeah, that's kind of my story of my journey, how I awoke. Um, I find in my community, just generally, there is not like mainstream orthodox reject anything that isn't centrist. But if you get people behind closed doors and you get a couple less in them, they talk. And I recognize that more people know about this stuff than are willing to talk about it. And, so anyway, I I find that I find that's true. Like if I were talking in front of 1,000 people, they'd all be like, "Oh, you're wild, you're bonkers," and all this stuff. But then if you get any one of those people in a room together and you're able to talk to them about it, they go along with what you're saying. I find that like when I do these podcasts with people, there's like something in group that once someone rejects it, then everybody has to reject it, or they look like outsiders. And um, but when I'm in these podcasts with people and they ask me about advanced propulsion and aliens and stuff, people are really serious about what they believe. And they're just sometimes afraid to have the discussion that they believe. Um, Kennedy's part of this. Some of these other things are part of this. So, I'm not I used to be more of a fan of Noam Chomsky. He's a MIT linguist. I've lost some of my respect for him, though. really good quote. Terrorism is just non-state sanctioned violence. And I think that's exactly right. Terrorism is just non-state sanctioned violence. And spam is just non-state sanctioned advertising. I love that. That makes me feel good. You, you see what people go through and trying to find the truth. So, for people watching my streams in the future, I talk to you all like a time traveler almost, not a time traveler, like someone who knows if I do this enough, somebody's going to hear my voice, and tonight will be an interesting documentary if you watch it. And uh, then there's this like depression and something like, how do I do this? What can I do? There's nothing you really can do except talk to your kids, like it's very it's a bad place to live. That's all. All right. So I take it it's too late for me to whoop your ass. Correct?
Warm-up games are not losses in your opinion. Okay, just one moment. Actually, before we do that, um, I'll send you the invite. Oh, um, no more videos. But so when I watch these documentaries, I'm not writing articles, but I sort of am. I like take an idea that I have or that we've discussed, and I'll put it in the chat GPT. I'll say, make me a 10 out of 10 Harvard Law Review Blue Book footnoted article. It'll do it. I'll put that into Copilot, ask it to evaluate it 10 out of 10 logical soundness. It'll say it's like a 9.8. I'll ask it how it can be better. It'll tell me. I'll put that back into ChatGPT, get a 10 out of 10 in ChatGPT, go back to Copilot. It'll say it's 10 out of 10, and then I get it ready to be published on Medium, but I can't publish it because I can only do two at a time. And so, like after I do two, I've got to like wait 24 hours, and I have like a ton of them uh, ready to be uploaded. So just for a moment, I'm going to just give you a quick rundown, and then if you have anything else with which I agree, I will write an article on it. And I don't quote anybody in it, but you'll get some credit. Um, and you don't need you don't watch. I put a quote riser in my Discord as a source. Um, okay, so I just have to find one more topic. Okay, so really quickly, I'm just going to run through these. Stop me if anything's of interest to you, but like, I think you agree with all these. And stop me if there's anything you don't agree with in particular. Well, this is an interesting one. So I make challenges to Israel because I think Israel's the future, and there's the idea of it's really important changes in matter to be able to study it. So, like when matter turns from solid to liquid at like 0 degrees Celsius, and then again to vapor at 100 degrees Celsius, and then to plasma at like really hot. I want this anybody else to study that, but that's really important to study. It's important to study like what happens at room temperature and stuff, but that's not as important as the state of matter. Okay, secondly, it should be an illegal practice to kill a story, meaning give money to interviews and then not publish it. It should be something like bribery. A square is the best dimensions for videos and pics. You disagree with that, and I understand. Um, there's so much space for clicking on a computer and a phone, they should condense it so that more can be seen on the screen. Internet speeds in a phone. Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars for like digital connectivity? Why isn't it like you have like 95% connectivity or 2% connectivity or whatever? Same with Wi-Fi. Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, or 3 bars? It's been the same for 20 years and it needs to improve. Another thing, I make an argument that policing should be against OSHA. That's like the Occupational Safety Hazardation um, Administration. Same with firefighting. It's like too dangerous of a job, and we need to eventually like wean ourselves off of that. Errant golf balls should be charged for the course. Um, I think peeing in public is not as bad as people make it out. I don't think it should be considered a sex crime. Today, many people are on the sex offender registry because they just had to urinate really badly, and I don't think that should be the case. There's an obsession with in-crowd acronyms, so like use them, but you know what they're like. J-yoring. If I just said to somebody, "Oh, that motherfucker's J-yoring," they'd be like, "What the fuck is J-yoring?" You'd be like, "Oh, jerking themselves off raw or whatever," and jerking yourself off wrong, and they'd be like, "Oh, well, I didn't know that." Like, without the explanation at the beginning, it's it's impolite to just use acronyms and like in crowd words if you know that the other people are gonna have to ask about them. Next is, I think there'd be more lesbians uh, who are straight or at least bisexual if men were better, like if men were kinder and not like just we're just more polite and things like that. Just better men. Um, Reddit bias through Reddit bias. There's a thing on Reddit. It's just like a left leaning, a right leaning. Like you have a sticker on your car that says "I love the environment." You'll be put on a in a subreddit called "Informed Rider Rides." But if you have one is like I love Trump or like that, we put in like the crazy person one. And it's like both are just opinions. Why is it that like like there's such a like a divergence? Like aren't they both in the same category to some extent? But just people it's really just or whatever. The next one is animal population. So basically, just I think humans are evolving to the same thing. Like when you have an animal population, one animal, usually one of the animals, ends up becoming the alpha. And I think the same is happening in the world with media. You'll have like one alpha person, basically everybody turns to. It just hasn't necessarily happened yet. It happens in smaller groups, but I think it may happen perhaps in the future. Another is a skunk line, which happens in hair care, where like a woman, this is, happens with people who want to be blonde. They will dye their hair, but then they'll be like their dark roots, and they have to like touch them up. And if they don't touch them up, it'll be like it's called a skunk line. And I feel like there should just be a daily product that you can put in your hair that that isn't an issue. It's not an issue for me or anyone that I know, but I just noticed it a lot in celebrities, and I just think that that could be something like that. It could just be like a little dye or paint or something that you just put in every day, just like when you're combing your hair. And, removes that. Next is calling the bots the knots. So you can call them, but this is the 00 to 09, like 2000 to 2009. Next, okay, so this is such a pain in the ass to me on Reddit and some other stuff. You ever look at like a screenshot on Reddit, it'll say one or two of four, and you'll swipe and you'll think there's more, and it's just a screenshot. I feel like AI should just remove that. It's a waste of people's time, and AI is already like going through all these pictures, so it shouldn't have like parents swiping. It wastes time. Next is on Twitter, you should be punished if you put like read more and there is no read more. If you engagement farm basically on there, if you're just going for interaction, so like you'll put a picture of a hot girl and you'll be like, what does anybody notice? And then people put in the comments like her boobs, and people will be like her butt, and it's like if you're not putting something that's realistic, like, hey, does anybody think that her shirt is really cool or whatever? Or like whatever it could be. If you're just doing it so that you get attention, I feel like I'm not saying you should lose your account or anything, but that kind of content isn't very useful. Next is just a call for Israel. It needs more ramps. I'm a really big fan of ramps and accessibility, and I know Israel has a lot of issues with accessibility options. And I know that there's been war there for the last 78 years and things. So I get you can't just always put in ramps, but ramps are really important. Next is the basically like the government just shouldn't really be trusted, and we should just be okay with not trusting it. Anything that they tell us, we can just look back and be like, they lied here and here and here and here and here and here. So why should I even like bother listening to them at all? Um, the next is robots should do the mining, no more people doing mining, and drones as well. Next is a universal basic income and a universal enhanced income. Next is Europe should give reparations to Africa for raping that continent for as long as possible. And I feel that the United States should give reparations to people who are descendants of slaves. Additionally, Africa has should give access to the sea to all their countries, and everyone in the world should have access to the sea for your country. Like you should either get an exclave somewhere or an island or something. Like all countries should have access to the sea. You shouldn't have any landlocked countries. Next is the same for like countries like that hug the coast, like Chile and Argentina and things like that. Like you could drill um, through the Andes. I know it would take a lot, but like perhaps someday and give both uh, Chile like access to the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean, whatever. Next is no more fur, synthetic fur only. Next is documentary narratives and documentaries are good. Next is all media should have universal translation. Next is apps should have universal translation. Next should be I just made an article why my arguments why rape in specifically for the Israeli Defense Force is against Talmud teaching and uh, halakha, Jewish law, and that it shouldn't be allowed, and that any rabbi who endorses it should we should perhaps second guess their determination. It's called a header. Next is I think eating boogers is healthy. Primates do it. This got triggered for me from um, that that ape documentary, the one with the chimpanzees or the gorillas or whatever. Yeah, they're just eating their boogers away. Nothing's happening to them. And then I looked up some stuff and it was like it's like what we've been doing. It's just kind of like a westernized thing that we don't do or whatever. But there's like some healthy aspects of it. Next is I think that it's in the best interest of a company to give children throughout the United States a laptop. You could study all the data on it, but also would just make for like really advanced populations, especially in underprivileged areas. Next is how my project is a lot like John and Yoko's Bed In for Peace. Basically, John and Yoko Ono did a Bed In for Peace once in Amsterdam, once in Montreal, and basically just sat in bed for a week promoting peace. Next is super period of subtitles. Next is executives should be held criminally liable for stuff. And I also say that their trials should be on camera. Is that I make basically I'm anti-circumcision. It happened to me. I had birth essentially, and as does just about every Jewish man. But I want to end the practice of actually genital mutilation and replace it with just a pinprick, which is what we do in Judaism for for men who are converting. Next is if you're going to have an English documentary, have it in English. No one wants to read subtitles or instead have a voice overlay. And when I wrote this article, it was really interesting It was a technology that I'd never thought of. But just like how you have like subtitles that can be changed at the bottom, you could have a voice overlay that changes, and you can just pick whatever voice you want the documentary to be in, and it could be that. Next is have voice overlays and narrators. Next is dude, I hate when I'm in a Teams call or on X Spaces or in Discord where it was like, "How was your call?" It's like, dude, don't fucking ask me that question. I obviously have something else to do. If I want to answer that question, I know you have a feedback button and I would use it. But right now, I don't want to fucking answer frowny face, neutral face, happy face when I know you're not doing anything with that data. Next is if I say I don't want to see something, like don't show me this again, don't show it to me. But I should have an area of my settings that I can go to and occasionally look at and change it if I accidentally hit that button. And that is, it should be illegal to have other countries do ship breaking and other environmental stuff, or other stuff that you can't do in your country due to environmental laws. Next is there's no enforcement.
Or at least government jobs.
I don't give a shit. I don't want those people having to do those jobs anyway. I want them to have tech jobs. I don't. Yeah, that should definitely be illegal. There's no enforcement mechanism of the UN, and I want them to. The Basel UN agreement, I want that to get passed. Um, when there's stuff at the end of a movie, it should be read out loud. It shouldn't just a person to like be paying attention the whole time. The next is the United States potentially having an epileptic seizure warning like the British have when you're watching a movie or something. Next is the heat of devices. Like devices overheat, but they don't have a temperature gauge on them. Like it's really easy to just put a temperature gauge on your phone, and the fact that we don't have that is ridiculous. There's an issue on iPhone that it does overheat. I know a lot of times in the summer, if I ever do IRL streaming, my phones get overheated very, very quickly because it's in my hand and I got the brightness up because the screen glare is really bad. And I go like 20 minutes and then it'll get that temperature warning. Have you ever gotten that temperature warning on your phone?
Somehow, I was really like a security or not, I'll walk inside and like, you won't just auto just break. And like, I'll look at my phone and I cannot see anything. And then I'm like scrambling in the dark trying to figure out how to unlock my phone and turn the brightness up.
Dude, that happens to me all the time. Absolutely. I hate that. So I talk about this glare issues with phones. So like there's anti-glare technology that can override this. But before I want to say like that's a good idea. What you just said, like auto adjust this on the phone.
I do because I have it on. There should be an auto one outside. The auto adjust brightness inside. How do you know brightness on it?
That's exactly that's exactly right. I put outside. That's exactly right. The next is Gorilla Glass. Like the reason why iPhone shouldn't have Gorilla Glass in all phones, like able to take a car key and slam it into my phone face and it shouldn't do any damage. You know I'm putting my phone in my pocket. It has all kinds of sharp shit in it. Make it resilient. Next is the titanium back. All phone backs or metal backs. This one went through this glass back, which made it really slippery and made it fall off of shit. In my opinion, like have people break up. And also, nobody wants to walk around with a broken phone face, so it's just more parts to prepare for them. Next is this phone. The phone. Like a lot of times, phones would put bloatware you never use. Like I don't know, I don't use the health thing on my fucking phone. Why? Because I don't want my phone checking my heartbeat and shit like that. I don't need that, but yet they put it on there and it's just an extra app that I don't like. And then another thing is, if I buy a phone and it says that, let's say it's a 100 gigabyte phone, that should be 100 gigabytes of free space that I get to use. I don't give a shit if your system space needs 60 gigabytes of that. That's a you problem. That's not a me. So you figure out what you need to do. But when you sell a phone and it's at 64 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes or whatever, the user that of storage, it shouldn't be like, well, yeah, it's 128 gigabytes, but 35 of them are the system. No, 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 my friend. That's on you.
False advertising.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Next is especially because you need a phone sometimes to, like, for life and death situations, like to call in emergencies and things like that. Phones should be tested. They should work at negative 40 degrees Celsius and like 60 degrees Celsius. Like these things should work really, really well, like in all temperatures. But like it doesn't always work like that. And um I've had a thing, like, especially when I drive in a car, I like, with my GPS, sometimes I like to have my windows down, but the heat on. And because the heat is blaring on the phone, it overheats, and then I lose my GPS. I can't. Next is, um, and you talked about this. I think that it's discriminatory that you need to do two factor authentication, two devices, or a phone line or whatever. Like low income people don't have that, and even just normal people don't have that a lot of times always accessible to them. And I think it's bullshit. Another thing is up talking. Up talking is like, I like to go to the valley, and sometimes we go to the mall, and it just becomes very common. And I'm just gonna do it. Next is just a campaign to make Israel great again. Israel in its own way, even before all of the things that happened before October 7th. One or two pack? Oh, I said two factor. I said two factor authentication.
You should be able to, like, you shouldn't copy that.
Okay, I like that.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if you should do unlimited, but maybe like 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why can't I have 10 colors?
I agree with you. Next is a push for Make Israel Great Again. There was a lot of political uh, disunity in Israel before October 7th, and there's still some of that, and I would like it to be better. Next is, if you, like, I'm so pissed off because I let you win that literati game that I'm gonna blow up the world. I'm so pissed off. You should not be able to be prosecuted for the deaths of 8 billion people because you said something like that. There's a term in um, business known as puffery, where you can be like, "This is the best car you're ever going to want." It's known as puffery, and the same thing should be in criminal law. Now you can be like, "I'm so pissed off, I'm going to kill you," and not mean that you really should be charged with attempted murder. Like there should be something like people get pissed off, and that kind of language should be understood. Now sometimes it might be considered, like a threat, but most of the time it's not. Next is iPhones need a flat back, and it's a joke that they don't have it. That it's like at an angle. You were talking about this the other day, right? Exactly. And next is a bunch of cameras on the back of an iPhone is a joke. You've got enough engineers there to figure out how to have all of the cameras in one camera. Figure it out. Next is the little inlet for the camera at the front of a phone, like where the speaker is and the camera and stuff. The fact that they haven't figured out how to put that under the screen is ridiculous. I should have a flat surface. The whole screen should be a thing. And I also want to put a thing. It's called an infinite screen or something like that, where the screen actually like curves over the side, and that needs to be really durable. Um, um, okay, so then and then another thing.
I think I think the reason I'm sure will be clear and then just have a or that'll be whatever driving on and then always
Okay. But for the time being, all right. Phones should be replaceable, like Lego. Non-replaceable batteries are a joke. The European Union's already making that illegal. Not being able to use a device without a battery while it's plugged in is a joke. So like imagine you have a laptop, but the battery like expanded on, or you just don't have the battery. You usually can't use that device. And I'm saying that you should be able to use that device. So long as it's plugged in, it should work. That makes sense to me. You shouldn't need it. Like, if I don't need the battery, then the device still should work. I just can't use it using a battery that doesn't exist. But that's not currently how these devices are made. Next is no expandable iPhone storage in an iPhone is a joke. Next is Tim Cook as the CEO is a joke, and I said sayonara to his ass. Next is Zuckerberg's a joke. Next is Sundar Pichai is a joke because he's Google. Next is when I view something, it should go up immediately by one view. So if you have you're like, hey, Rabbi, look at my Instagram post, and I do, it should go up by one view when I look at it. It shouldn't be like a delay or it's a server thing. It should be immediate and exact. I haven't gotten to this one yet, but how people rig music streams and people are getting paid on that, and it's fraudulent. Basically, like when you sign a contract with like a record company, they'll be like, all right, so long as you have 1 million streams in your first year, we'll pay you X amount of money. But you can't trust those streams because like you'll listen to the song, but it won't go up by one. It needs to go up by one. Next is paying people based on views is fraudulent. It's bot farms exist because that person can just pay bucks to watch them and like fudge the numbers. I don't know how you pay them, but it needs to be better. Next is uh, let's see here. Uh, no something button on YouTube and social media stinks. No grab box button. I don't know what I wrote. Um, no something button. I have to go into that. Oh wait, no, I kind of remember. No, I don't know what it was. Anyway, just for everything. So like basically, I should be able to go to YouTube and filter by a given year, a given month, whether the video is 10 minutes long, 20 minutes long, 21 minutes long, between 20 minutes and 21 minutes and 30 seconds. I should be able to go back and see someone's earliest post, their latest post. I should be able to see their latest live, like filters for everything. I don't like this.
YouTube filters are completely inadequate. And if you're looking for video and there's like whatever 52 minutes on it, you can't filter like that.
I agree.
And I've talked about how YouTube search results and they just like you like oh you can go through pages of relative content. You like maybe like 10 videos or less. And it shows you a bunch of unrelated shit here. That is like a huge curve.
Absolutely. I agree. I know what I was trying to read. No random button on YouTube and other social media is stupid. So basically, like, I should like have an ability. Like, there's a Wikipedia that's like, show me a random Wikipedia page. I want the same for YouTube. Show me a random YouTube channel. If I'm bored and I just want to see something random and keep clicking random and random and random and random, it should take something from that no one's seen and give it to me just basically so I get more shit. Um, there's like an idea with oceans, with the current water near the surface always travels faster than the very bottom, and I would have kicked it at the very bottom so more people see that. This button needs to always have like a light on it. Same with shift. same with the function button, same with the alt button and the control button. All of those buttons need a shift on, like a line when they're being used, so that caps lock is on or not. It's such a waste of people's that many systems don't have caps lock on default that it's ridiculous. Next, a lot of people do. I know what you're talking about, and I'm in agreement with you. Next is yeah, it's Microsoft Outlook. Yeah, it's amazing. Next is these are just like okay, the function. This is on a Lenovo. Putting the function button in the corner. Every other computer has that as the control button is ridiculous. Next is a power button on the keyboard is ridiculous because people accidentally hit a button on their computer, like on their keyboard. So don't put the power button on the keyboard. Put it away from the keyboard somewhere else on the flat part of the device, but not on the keyboard. The same with airplane mode. Don't put an airplane mode button on the keyboard. Like that kind of shit people accidentally hit and then it just from the internet. Is
function keys were and like other stuff and sliders and touch screen at the top. And it's so poorly built that it was going to be a year and we just started glitching and it'd be like it's just like I had to just put like tape over the screen and buy like a track coding and I just get it done and turn on at all. But like it still flashes bright and like like if your seizures, I got like struggling and I like have to for that and have to replace every one of those.
March Madness just announced that this is on podcast on the United States. They're going to 76 teams. And I just say just go to 20 teams. Next college football should be 64 teams. Next camera on the light. Next to the camera. So like when I use my devices, some of them have a little light next to the camera telling me that my camera's on. And I feel like that should be mandatory. Like, you should always know, like, oh, my camera's on. And then also they should have one for microphone, so you know your microphone is on.
For instance, you can have every 50 team, which just makes the playoffs, and then how would that affect the strategy of the game?
No, and there's no reason.
I mean, you still want to win that. I mean, you may
There's no reason. Oh, you're saying proceeding? Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that could work. Yeah, I think that could work. I'm gonna.
and maybe like the first round's are only like 3 games. That's the 3.
Yep.
But at least that way, every single team has a shot. Shooting my screen flash.
Oh, fuck this.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Did I say something else? Okay. Next is auto adjust brightness on phone upgrade. That's what you just said. Another one is for a bank. This is a legal practice. That's a legal practice, but let's say you're getting direct deposit on Friday, and also your rent and stuff is coming out on Friday. It's legal for the bank to take all the withdrawals out first before your deposit, so that you go, um, you uh, overdraw, and I think that's legal. Another is auto adjust the brightness on the phone outside. We just said that. Next is no cap account over the phone number. We just talked about that. Next is infinite screening, and anyway, um, I wrote on just about all of those. Got a bunch of I've got a bunch of articles in the pipe, and they're good. All right, I'm sending you an invite.
Very
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That means work. Yeah. Oh, that's the oh, I get this thing. I have this bot that's just creating articles about myself, and every so often, I can't write that about a real individual. It's like you wrote 35 fucking articles about them, and I'm writing them. And I don't understand what. And I'll be like, yes, you can. Or, oh, okay, and then it'll just write. I hate going so much. Being so difficult. Yeah, I got years of
Bint? What the fuck is that? Oh, oh. Devastating. I feel like they should make the game. Oh, that was good. Um, um, that if your time runs out, you just automatically get a chance to sleep. I didn't. I just don't have anywhere really good to play. That was great. Oh, I made a major mistake. I made a major mistake. devastating. Are you fucking serious? Wow. Oh, what the fuck? Dog, what goes there? What goes there? Dog, that was such a good play. Great play.
I don't think I want to go to
Oh, wow.
I didn't know prior to like 3 letters or 8 letters and
This is interesting.
oh no, fuck.
If somebody could get that QW out of points.
That's not a word.
It's so interesting, like the K and the P and kosher and four and like the VAT, like kill everything.
I had 2 ways and I was gonna play I thought I played already. There's the reason I played book. It did work, but then it wasn't enough. Uh,
Oh, the game. I didn't realize that all the tiles were almost. I don't know. I don't know how I have a lead on it either. Like you had days. Did you have a queue? Oh no, you do have a queue because the queue hasn't been played. Oh, it ain't over, baby. You do have it, and you had you had both blank. No, no, you had one blank file. I had the other. You have the queue. I have to be careful when I put something down because that could change the game. I have to protect the eyes because you have the queue. The thing that's been killing me as well recently, I'm not just ending the game. Like I should just end the game as quickly as possible. I mean, I don't ever try to like extend it. Looking for, I love that for points and not just hey, this could happen. That cue is gonna kill you because you it's like a bomb. It's like it's hot in your hand. You just can't do anything with it.
I think
It's what? Oh, it's for sure, G. But just pass. You never know. Something could happen. They could put something down, and it could be next to a three letter. You put your triple. I have a 44 point or something. But it could still happen. I don't know how I got such a big lead. Game. You had a Q. You had an S. You couldn't put an. Wait, why didn't were you saving the S? Why didn't you play the S where game at skulls are?
it was only 6 points.
Okay, so you were saving the S for like a big score.
Yeah,
Okay.
I couldn't play it. Only, no, there's just nowhere to play win or quit or quit versus win. So it's kind of
Oh, squid would have been big. Oh man. All right, big dog. That's all she wrote. Um, you picked that documentary for the month.
all right. So, okay, good one.
Okay, but keep in mind as well. Keep it well. Keep in mind as well. Still a great amount of desire to watch Michael, and
We are still like.
it's not much Michael. We did not much Mike. Michael's a movie dog. Yeah. Michael Jordan one is there. Michael Jackson one is Michael. There's a great amount of desire that I have to watch Michael, and like that's a big stuff. All right, take care. Shout out to Rise, everybody. Amazing for sure. Thank you so much. Rise.
I would get. trust me. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's fair. He said, he goes, hey, so Rusty came on. Oh, and I go, why? And he goes, come on. I go, all right, so that's when you talk somebody shit or you're jerking off, usually we shoot. And I just see him laughing. I'm like, listen, you better be alone. But apparently, I think you're just going to say, listen, I tore him a new ass. You don't have your dad tell you what a rusty drop is. I'm not sure if you're going to record that around your fucking young friends. Like, don't do that. I'm going to smack shit. Be like, yeah, bro. When he told us all the rusty drop, I'm like, yeah, I was like, Dad, you don't understand. Yeah, that's how trauma. Like, don't. I lost my. I have been out of myself like that. I never. First mistake would have been out or was he trombone from the jump. You know how we talk. He and I. Yeah, he's so funny. Like, we fuck around. No one knows if it's just he and I. The rule is you're allowed to do whatever you want to me. Just not around other people. You don't watch your language, right? So that's the rule. That's our thing. The first one I ever heard from Finn was when you guys were FaceTime and it was when I first started going to road trip. Yeah. Do you have dragons? And you're like, yeah. Like, what kind of dragons? He goes, dragon my balls. Like, over the time. He's around, dude. Man, like, you know, that's what around. You can't do that. There's no way. Yeah. You know, if you put me on, you're gonna fuck. So red flag. Your stuff is 15. He knows I use the internet. So you're that's a setup job. It's a setup. Yeah. The internet. Like maybe just birds and bees. Yeah, I want to know what it is from your perspective. I had my phone down. I was like, what? A rusty trombone, you know? I can tell you what all those things are, right? Dirty Sanchez. Yeah, what if it's somebody's chest? I don't know. I think it's always people, Germans and Japanese people. That's a fact. Aren't always one or two losers who are being. Well, it's also cultures that are super repressed and disciplined and orderly. So the most orderly, you need to be talking about. Well, that's finding out recently, it's almost like finding out that girl was not a real video. Girls like yeah, I've never seen her. I don't think so. It came out. It was that's fun. And it's like oh, I thought it was you don't want to after I thought it was real, dude. Oh. Whoa. When you like it was also like back in I watched it. I think I watched it like YouTube. It was going YouTube used to be at the wall. I'm glad that's fake. Right? Yeah, I'm glad it's fake. What was that? It's one of this guy. Some jars.
What up? Just little. Oh, what up, baby? Yeah, how you living? Dude, can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, how's your day going?
Drunk.
Why are you drunk?
No, I get that.
Why did you say you're drunk?
I feel drunk.
Did you get paid to get blood?
You just do it to be a nice person,
Yeah.
right?
It's illegal to what get paid to get food.
Or else you'd be like a fucking cow.
You should be able to get blood.
You don't get paid. You can't start like sperm banks. All right. So what's new? What changed? Oh, okay. That's why you're allowed to do it. All right. I'm just joking. Okay. Joke. I know you're not kidding. That's not even fun. But it used to be a hilarious joke.
I'm not getting off me.
Were you looking in the mirror? No, you were not looking in the mirror. Are you sure?
Kept staring at me. No, just like, and then he goes,
If he were a chick, would you let her? Yeah. Oh, all day long. Extremely. Extremely rare. But the acceptance rate on that has to be like 99%. Like unless you're going up to a guy with his wife, just about every I get fine.
I kind of have because I didn't realize that I was yesterday.
That's a mother.
I was just a kid.
That's tough.
Yeah. I didn't have it often. I would have it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, George.
Right? Oh, so I had like 2 girls come up. Yeah, 2 years ago, I called me as in 2012 when I was 16. I was 18. Planning on 17. One of them, like, years kids. So I won't do that. And then I get on the tram, like friends, I was a kid, and she had a friend that, like, she was my ex, but I was such an ex. And then I get a message and my dad was like, oh, no, I wanted to get with him. I was like, oh, my God. I was fucking.
Oh, you're good.
I turned out playing y'all, and the worst thing is, I had no stuff.
Hey, question for you is this: is not could you get your dicks up on New Year's 2012? My question to you is: are you ready to lose?
That's funny.
I'll play one game of Dice Party with you. I'll play one game of bullshit. And then I got shit. So you have an invitation to everybody to wait.
Broken.
Not really. Unimpressive. Unimpressive at all.
Rabbi.
What up? How you like 460, son? Full house movie. No, we're not. Give me a three, baby. Who the fuck is that? Okay, what's his business? Are you serious? Does it work? Does it work? That's hilarious. I think it's fucking brilliant. I think that's amazing. Fucking brilliant. Yup. Made too. For sure. Look at this, dude. Dude, it's over for you, son. You should just give up, baby. Dude, it's over for you. Dude, you should just give up. It's over. Dude, this game is over. Dude, pick something. Dude, you're done, son. It's over for Dude. Dude, you're losing by 101. What are your thoughts? No way you get 4. No way you get 4. Oh, you're done. It's over. OVER, son. One, two. Look at this, son. This might be the largest blowout in the history of this game. Give it to me. Three, 4, 5, 6. Why don't we get that shit? Let's take a 5. Give me another 5. All I need are 3 5. 3 5, son. Oh, you just missed the bonus. Garbage. Full house, dude. It's over for Zoo. It's over for Zoo. It's over for Zoo. Dog. Where are my 5s? Give me 4 5s. Oh, it's over, baby. Game over. Champion. All right, well, I got the win. Scoreboard, baby. All right, now bullshit, and then it's over. Then I got shit to do, son. Zoo, let me know when you're ready. Okay, we'll charge your fucking phone then. Just like all kinds of whatever. So long as made correctly. So it's going to become hard cheese. If you have meat on it, or you just have vegetable pizza with normal cheese. Or you just have cheese pizza. Oh, there are a lot of them. Could be from the animal, it could be prepared in a kosher kitchen. It could be because the cheese nugget in it. It could be because it's from cheese of a non-kosher animal. It could be it is has bugs in it. It could be because it has meat and milk in it, or meat and dairy. It's called
Rothschild and milkweed. It could be because it has things that were used to clean the equipment had animals, some type of animal that from an agriculture animal. It could be because the animal that was slaughtered was not done in a kosher fashion. It could be because it uses some type of non-kosher animal. What's that one? It could be because of bread, like dough, has dairy in it and meat, so not in it. It could be because those are really the main. Remember that time you were going to charge your phone? Remember that time you were going to charge your phone? I didn't know you were eating, did you? Yeah, but it's not really. So are you ready to hear about the fire in the sun? I'm going to tell you all about it. So the fire in Kid originally had a studio in Southern California. They moved to Austin to be closer to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan wants really nothing to do with them. They moved their studio into a storage space in Austin so that Brendan Shaw had room for all his cars. But Brendan Shaw now having to sell his house and all his cars. So they moved their storage space studio to the third floor of the same facility. This facility has windows and they call it, and there's black mold in the studio, and there's pipes on the studio, and yeah. Are they gonna get? Yeah, that 6-year-old video.
Yep. Cancel it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a different situation. She lied about her age. She lied about her age. Uh,
Great internet. Be like, yeah, replace that shit. That is free internet. There's no way. Even though he said the joke, there's no way they can actually prove it. Actually, possession of it. I doubt he's still. I doubt he's still. No way.
You probably watch it on it.
It's hard to get
No, it wasn't teach history. That doesn't matter. That, her videos used to be out there. Because she said she was PT at the time. It was considered, that was fine. I think she's a really good movie. I think
how
the really? Like you're just sitting here checking yourself off, talking about some bitch who was on camera underage 40 fucking years ago when you should be getting your ass whipped or hit bullet. All
let's go. Bullshit.
right, are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Don't be late, Zoo. Oh, we're in.
It's so much.
Yeah. I think also he would make it a joke.
Yeah. Different times. Jokes like that.
Right.
Oh shit.
Yeah, big dog.
Where go?
You proud of that? Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it?
Wow.
Like how that guy who said fat is 6.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
What up, dude? How's that? Okay.
So I know that you go 7, you go 6s. I know you got that. Stuff like that. So Rabbi, you okay? Thanks. You have voice. You have voices. You know, Rabbi, how did you know I won? Rabbi, do you have a job?
I don't know. Good job. Well, you got it. You lost the
You know
bullet.
what's good though?
What's that, big man? What's the process? What's
Yo,
that, big man?
say you want the king on that. You really have that?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God you're going. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
Jack. Why'd you what? Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
you know about that?
Who knows?
John.
Why did you just say children? But isn't that a weird thing for you to yell out? Your dog.
What was that? So,
Why did they call out anybody on post?
what?
Yeah.
Maybe that's good.
Who knows?
Rabbi,
Perhaps. $13.
that is
No. Yo, Pam. Have all time.
ready.
Dude, this guy like knows all of the cards.
Do you know how
What's up, man?
I bullshitting like this.
A bunch. He's just ready. Yeah. Where?
We're gonna go. We're gonna get away here.
It's dangerous. I don't know why you got a camera. You got him.
Outside.
Yo, dog. Champion.
Who's going to kill? I don't know. He didn't know it worked, but he was enough. Dude, you really didn't care more about the fighter and the kid. But it's a Joe Rogan thing. For sure, no doubt. So, not even close. 20 million. YouTube alone. But these are like real subscribers. You're not as much as these bullshit. How did that? Have you ever been on top? Yeah, I think 95% of his subscribers. I've never known anybody to like his content. Like we talk about Kill Tony or Joe Rogan, like nobody's like, oh, did you see Mr. Beast just shot the new video? Maybe I don't know. People best to think this, but I just don't think he's that interesting. Why? Yeah. Exactly. All right. Are you in love with his transgender person? What do you think? Why do you think you would quit like dog shit ice fighting? Okay. Why do you think you played like dog shit and bullshit? Yeah, I fucked up at the beginning. I got like 2 cards, 19 cards or something because I called somebody out and, and I came back and won like a champion. Are you sure that's the best option? He did. But you don't- But thinking when I have the winning card, why wouldn't you call me out on bullshit no matter what? Right. It's an amazing strategy though. If everybody's the bullets and you have it, you can just go and bullshit and just put down 4 cards every time. Do you recognize the strategy? Do you recognize the strategy?
Are you proud of this strategy? Dude, are you proud of this strategy? I asked you a question, not an answer. No, no. You're not proud of the strategy? Why not? Dude, why aren't you speaking English? Why not? Dude, I'm going to tell you the most fucked up story that I found to find in the kid. It's fucked up though, so I hope you're ready for it. So, not Brendan Shaw, nor their other friend was on. He's like, I have the most fucked up story to tell you guys. They're like, okay, what is it? And he's like, my friend has a house in Aspen where you ski, and they brought a friend who was like a diabetic, and that diabetic friend was on and was like, "Hey, do you mind if I go back to your house? I am not feeling well." And they're like, "Yeah, that's fine." So the diabetic friend goes back to the house, and the people who own the house also own a cat. And the next day, and they notice that their cat is like bleeding. And they don't know what happened to the cat. So they take the cat to the veterinarian, and the veterinarian like, look, we don't know what you did to this cat, but we do know we're getting the authorities involved. And the people are like, what are you talking about? We don't know what you mean. And they're like, this cat's or internal organs have been like rearranged, and the only way that that happens is when somebody fucks the cat. Meaning the guy who had diabetes went back to their home and fucked the cat, and he lost the he lost the ability to he lost guardianship of his children. Isn't that a fucked up story? That's the kind of content you're missing on the fighter. You understand this, dude? Was that the greatest story you've ever heard? All right. Who do you like more, Brendan Shaw or Brian Callen? I know, but you have to pick one. Just like you say to me, who do you like more, Harry Potter or Star Wars? And you say that I have to pick Star Wars. And that's the correct answer. The other one, for as much as Brendan Shaw sucks absolute dick, he's better than Brendan Shaw. Shane Gillis by a landslide, son. That's not even close. Not really. Maybe someday, but not today. It genuinely can't be fascinating. I know, but you didn't even know who he was before I told you who he was.
You did not, you fucking liar. You are so full of shit. I remember when I said to you, "Is you like this again?" You're like, "Who's that?" He's like in Adelaide. He's like, "Oh, really?" You know who he was, dude. You didn't know who he was. You didn't know who he was. You didn't know who he was because I even was like, hold on. You didn't know who he was because I was even like, he was on Joe Rogan and he was talking about Adelaide and stuff or something like that. And you're like, "Who?" And you go and you look him up and you're like, oh, I think I might have met him once. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You don't even know who I'm like talking about. And you're like, maybe I met somebody like him. And I'm like, okay, but that's not James McCann. I'm like, James McCann's been on Still Tony, and James McCann was just up with Shane Gillis. And you're like, okay. And then you didn't know who he was before. Right? It's my contribution to the Adelaidean South Australia comedy scene. But you definitely did not know who he was before I told you. What do I have to do? Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, not really. The investment opportunity for college. Who the fuck looks like 15 years younger if you're not 50? What? So I'm gonna look negative? Doesn't make any sense. They should say look 15 years younger. Like 10 exactly. And who cares about looking younger? It would be like be 50 years younger with the knowledge you have today, which is basically like time travel. Dude, dude, do you like that I introduced you to it again? No, but seriously, is that the coolest thing that you've ever experienced? Is when I introduced you again? Do you love James McCann? Do you think you'll ever open for him? I don't think he will. I think he'll open for you too. I'm just saying because you could tell me immediately. You'd be like, "Grab, remember that guy you told me about?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, James McCann." You'd be like, "Yeah, he just opened for him." Oh, nice, dude. You ever seen James McCann's wife? Doesn't he have 4 children? You know that Kill Tony just had a new regular? It's a him. His name is Pat O'Neill, and he's very funny. He has a funny joke. This is his joke. So shout out to Pat O'Neill. But his joke is this. Uh, children are starting to take puberty blockers, or as files call them, preservatives. Hear that joke? It doesn't even get. Dude, do you understand that joke? There. Dude is not there. Firing the baby.
Oh, no, he's dead. Your shitter. You're real. So, from guys all kinds of shit. When you treat your ass bad things are going to happen. Mr. Israel, I'm pretty sure that's real. That's 100% real. Get a horse for that. Oh, you just get here the horse part. No, I couldn't. I think he was just. What do you? Yeah. That marathon.
What is what is talking about?
Earning rewards with every gallon to redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gallon. And don't forget, marathon stations are packed with all the conveniences you need to stock up and live from the go. When runs on participating marathon occasions, conditions apply to cocktails. Listen, okay. Make sure they're in the store online. You might bring a quick service. New trend. All set to do they had it in stock. I had to buy 7 freaking bottles of it. They had a whole ready to go. A trend, your car, are all double, best super friendly. All right. So, they O'Reilly Auto.com/fighter. That's O'Reilly Auto.com/fighter. That's why they've set up the game. Get out of here. What? Fatal eternally. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's a good call. They're free. I'm not saying that's okay. The footage out of 2 guys, 1. That's 2 guys. Not illegal. At the time.
pass a law making it classic. Yeah, oh, so you can fuck a horse or something else. Or have it fuck you.
These days are absurdity. Yeah. Dude, the internet was crazy. You watch like Daniel Pearl. I never watched any of Albanians. They would show. Yeah, it was crazy. Where they take your life deck. Yeah. In the woods, they find in the woods with a hammer and then just 20 pulling it on. What? Yeah, it's back. Yes. It's still up. Two. We used to be so easy. I got one time on just saying this. Sometimes you just say fuck. And it was just called this. Two guys. Was three curse from the Ukraine. Different. Real that. Using YouTube used to be Kimbo fighting videos. If you pull up remember that song? It was just, it was crazy. I was okay, okay. United States too, people. New York. Murder. This, I know. Murders.
Because, man.
Okay. What's the beat?
What up, Darwin? Speed. Yeah.
The reason why.
What's good, son? All right, just introduce yourself, then.
The reason why it's funny to me is he was such a he wanted to be right. There was no one the news just wouldn't do the story, so we just did it because he was very embarrassed.
So he was in a case. But they were constituted. Never forgot about it. What he did. And then they said, let's plan something. So yeah. He's a fat guy. He's disgusting. Right? That's a joke. In of a church room, he was, that's right, he did this. Yeah. It's not covering it, and you so upset. Covering me. Did you know that, like, yeah, and then was a whole. Democrat. We start with the cloud before the that's fake.
scary. Like, construction company. Speaking of clowns, do you remember 2016? It was like all over the place. You would just see clowns didn't go out. What the fuck was that about? You guys, there's a ball. That's good. Looks like a guy that swears up. He swears up. He just goes. Which walks toward the clowns. One clown got one time that got shot, killed. Right by somebody. It was like never walked through that night. You know, sucked about police. Job. It's a very strange, but also stupid fucking job. Clowns that are walls. He wants all the kids in town. When you look at it from different perspectives, so there was a Santa Claus in town. Because I don't know. Is he you know what it is? That's very embarrassing, especially when you're like cigarettes, crazy. It's not as real. And your child doesn't have a hat on, he is having some on, and you're like reading the line. He said, not skin up your child's it's just in this episode. It's not even. And you look at so this fat is my kid, and I was like, man, I was in his corner, give him a top 6. He said he was